30 seconds of traffic. Or did you weather apply? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys a little sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, as we wrap up the show, LT will have a lock coming up a little bit later on from Hemp Hill Services. You know where you're going just yet?
I do. I've got 3 plays up today. 2 and 1 last night. We got 3 more plays for you tonight.
All right, 3 more plays tonight. Lance'sLock.com. Hemp Hill Services. Not draining right, flowing right, flushing right. That's the only name in Birmingham we trust is Hemp Hill Services. When it goes bad, you always remember Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services bringing you the lock.
Adam and Chad and the crew right there
dudes.
every day.
Yep.
Baseball happening as we speak. Bases loaded, Twins and Guardians 0-0 there. Braves tonight at 6. But the big story is USC and UCLA leaving the Pac-12 for the Big Ten per report. Still a lot of hoops to jump through, a process that is still ongoing with Oklahoma and Texas, but the projection is for them to start in 2024.
Are you a little surprised this day and age that Oklahoma and Texas a year ago can explore and execute a move to the SEC, and USC and UCLA can explore and execute a move to the Big Ten, and it stays this quiet? That's crazy, isn't it?
It really is.
I mean, nothing stays quiet anymore. And both those schools all 4 of those schools have basically been able to do this without word leaking out and ruining it for them.
And that is surprising because a lot of things have to be done publicly after this announcement comes, just like last year.
Right. They'll have to dot some I's and cross some T's, make some negotiations, pay some buyouts.
But an athletic director can't make this move without the president knowing and some big boosters knowing and chancellors
Coaches.
knowing.
Coaches, I mean, who are historically loose-lipped on stuff.
Yep.
That's pretty crazy. And another loser in all of this, and they've been a loser from day one, is the Pac-12 network. I just don't know what the future of that is.
Oh, it's done. It's done.
I mean, I don't see how you stay on the air.
I mean, they weren't making money to begin with, and now they've got no shot.
Now ESPN is finally going to report this at 12:57 Central Time. Matt Berry's the guy charged with going out there and doing the John Wilner report involving the Big Ten. Now, it seems like this came from a lot of people with ties to Fox that were breaking the story. ESPN on the other side of the battle, on the SEC side of this, the last to be reporting this now.
Yeah, I know. I think it'd be safe to say, Dunaway, that the partners of the Big Ten that they value were the first ones to be made aware of this.
That's right.
I think that'd be safe to say. Yeah, the ones that are paying the freight here.
And if I think back to last year, it was ESPN and ABC reporters that broke Oklahoma and Texas to the SEC, if I remember that correctly.
Yeah, I don't.
Yep.
The only thing I remember is it was first day of SEC Media Days.
Yeah, Greg Sankey plopping down in the chair with us and us asking him questions and him. Maybe not.
Yeah. Anything you guys want to talk about? All right. So there we go. That's the big story today. LT's off tomorrow, starting the Independence Day weekend a little early for him. Brown, me, and the rest of the crew will be up here tomorrow, and there'll be 1,000 angles to USC, UCLA, and everything else going on. And we'll continue our 40 and 40 countdown. 5 seconds. Give me something on USC, UCLA. 5-second thought.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It kills the Pac-12.
5 seconds. Your thoughts on USC, UCLA?
We're not finished. This will start more dominoes, I think.
Yeah,
and look in the SEC first.
I think Notre Dame, North Carolina are big battlegrounds. If I'm the SEC, I go today and I say North Carolina, Duke, Clemson, and give me one of the Florida schools, State. Miami or Florida State, and let's go ahead and make this 20 teams. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We go live now. You just heard the replay from yesterday's developing news, which we were alerted to early and finally had it break, and everyone's been reacting to USC and UCLA since that moment yesterday. To tie up some loose ends to the conversation you just heard or news that happened after we left the airwaves yesterday, they did officially, the Big Ten, accept USC and UCLA last night in a vote. They gathered together very quickly last night and decided to accept USC, UCLA. It was a formality. We knew they would do that, but they dotted their I's and crossed their T's, officially released from USC and UCLA yesterday, and then the Big Ten officially accepts them, following the same blueprint we saw Oklahoma and Texas do last year when they were leaving the Big 12 for the SEC. And now it's all starting to come together in 2024 for the new landscape of college football. We will talk 1,000 different ways about that. We'll preview UAB football in our 40 and 40 countdown a little bit later on. Rockstar's in the lounge, and we'll catch up with an Auburn football player to start the second half of the show. All that coming up in a moment. But Brown, we've had about 12 hours now to digest the news that USC and UCLA are leaving. And I guess the first reaction I saw from everybody yesterday afternoon and then last night was, well, this is it. I think Stuart Mandel says this, if you are holding on to any semblance of the way college football used to be, this is the one that breaks the dam.
Well, I mean, it's not what it used to be, but what was our guy Dan Wolken, who is going to take the negative slant on absolutely everything? Of course, I was trying to remember what his article was. The last bit of charm in college sports died Thursday. Yeah. My word, Dan, could you be more over the top? The last bit of charm in college sports died.
Now Stuart had a great line, Stuart Mandel of The Athletic. He said, if you think this is the one that changed college football forever, this move here, it's like the guy, your friend's telling you, no, that 37th tattoo, that's too much.
That one was one that was over the top.
Because we've had the NIL, the portal transfers, the changing landscape of conferences already.
This is once the Titanic is split into two pieces, somebody saying, no, we might be in trouble here. This thing's our ship is split into two pieces. I think this is serious, guys.
Now, this one does look different because this is one you cannot, even with the wildest imagination, connect on a map. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Even with the SEC, Oklahoma and Texas connects on a very nice map. Yeah. It's wider than the Southeast, right, but it's on a map. It connects dot to dot to dot.
And when the reports were that USC and UCLA were jumping to the Big 12, even that felt a little more connected, right? The Big 12. This is not connected. I mean, this is a national conference. The Big 10 is a national conference. I don't know that makes them, I don't think it makes them any better than anybody else. But it's a national conference. I mean, you've got to say that now. They go from Piscataway, New Jersey to Los Angeles, California. I mean, they cover all four time zones. It is a national conference. So they're the first ones to have done that. Who tried it? Was it the Big East that tried it back in the day? Wasn't Boise a Big East school for a minute or something like that?
Yeah. Didn't Conference USA try to do it as well? Wasn't that their theory? They were going to try.
The Sun Belt at one point, Denver was in the Sun Belt, weren't they?
Did.
Yeah,
they were. Yeah.
But nobody.
And New Mexico, I believe.
Yeah. Nobody's had the financial wherewithal and the popularity and the attention to do this and make it really, really work. And the Big Ten has that. Like I saw, there's a guy that covers USC. I think his name is Ryan Abraham, if I'm not mistaken, and he covers it for one of the websites, and he does a good job. But he said, I'm capping off a surreal night by sitting in L.A. watching the Big Ten Network talk about new member USC. And somebody responded, well, at least you can now get your conference's network. And that just shows you the difference between the Big Ten and the Pac-12 is that this dude is sitting in Southern California watching the Big Ten Network, and finally he can see about the team he covers on the conference's network.
Aaron Suttles will join us in the next segment. He writes an interesting piece in The Athletic about what's next for the SEC. You have been talking to a lot of folks as well. And I think a lot of our viewers and listeners want to know, okay, is this just the Big Ten answering the SEC, Oklahoma and Texas, and everybody's going to be comfortable at 16? Or is there 18 on the horizon, 20, 22 on the horizon? I've got a thought, but I'd love to hear what you have found through your sourcing. Do you feel like 16 is a comfortable number, or will there be a land rush to go to 18, 20, 22, 24, wherever the wheel stops?
Yeah, I'll be interested to hear what Aaron has gathered, because from talking to people within the Southeastern Conference world, I think there's a couple of beliefs. Number one, nobody believes this is over. Nobody, I think, believes that, oh, no, the SEC, they've got their 16 teams. It's all we're going to have for eternity. I think everybody knows this is a shifting landscape, and you're going to want to be proactive as the SEC was, knowing that it is a shifting landscape. Go get the teams you want while you can get them before somebody gobbles them up, which is what the Big Ten did yesterday. I mean, this time last year, the SEC showed the Big Ten, we think this is where this is going. So the Big Ten's had a year now to be reactive and say, all right, well, if this is where this is going, who do we want? And USC and UCLA were the best fruit on the tree, so they went and picked them. So I think now the ball is back in the SEC's court to say, if you're going to expand, if you think this is where this is going, where are you going to go? And used to those decisions, from what I can gather in the SEC, that, and I know this to be the case, used to those decisions were based on TV markets.
Right.
What adds the best TV market? So from what I can gather to talking about people in the Southeastern Conference, they don't worry about that as much anymore. Your TV deal is what it is now. I mean, you've got a massive TV deal with ESPN. Now you just try to make the competition better. You do best fits. You look at Clemson, who may not be in a massive TV market, though Greenville-Spartanburg does very well in college athletics. You look at Florida State. Tallahassee's not a huge TV market. Florida's a big state, not a huge TV market. Some of those types of schools that are cultural fits more than a big TV market. I think that's where you go next if you're the Southeastern Conference.
But I mean, if you bring in a Florida State and Miami, you do bring in some fans in Tampa, Jacksonville, Orlando, Miami.
That's helpful. And
those are big TV markets.
And Clemson's got fans in Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big TV market. In Charlotte, that's a big TV market. So it's not as if those programs not being in an actual large TV market mean nobody watches. For instance, are you going to get more eyeballs going and getting Maryland, if you're the Big Ten, who's adjacent to the Washington, D.C. TV market, or Clemson from the SEC, who's not in a big TV market, but they got a lot of fans peppered across some big Southern TV markets? Which one gets you more eyeballs? I don't know the answer to that, but I'd argue probably Clemson.
Well, it's a better football product.
Right.
Clemson is than Maryland and Rutgers.
Yeah.
But they made that expansion, the Big Ten back in the day, Maryland and Rutgers, with TV markets in mind.
Right,
the D.C. market and the New York City market.
Right.
That was their way of saying we're in these markets.
And they even sold out, to try, try to get eyeballs in New York City. And a lot of people have said that failed.
It did.
Because you were probably going to get the Big Ten Network on in New York City, whether you had Rutgers or not. New York City cable carriers didn't add the Big Ten Network to get Rutgers.
I mean, the SEC networks in New York City.
Right. They added that because there's people in New York City that like to watch Michigan and Ohio State play football. And Penn State play football. And I went to school in Michigan, but I work on Wall Street, and I want to watch Michigan play basketball.
So you're, to put it in a nutshell, don't worry so much about getting North Carolina and Duke, because that is a different state than the SEC footprint now. Just add good football parts like Clemson and somebody else. But Clemson becomes important because they are a national brand in college athletics when it comes to football.
Right, and Clemson versus Georgia for a conference game is appealing. I mean, that's appealing. People would want to watch that. Clemson versus Alabama in a conference game, I think, is appealing to people. So Clemson versus Auburn, that's appealing. I think people will want to watch that. So if that's the route you go, I think you're just going to be looking for cultural fits. But I don't think anybody in the college athletics world thinks this is done. That, okay, USC and UCLA have found their new conference home. We're finished. It's over with. No more than it was over with back when A&M and Missouri came to this conference and Nebraska and Rutgers went to the Big Ten.
Part of our show today is being brought to you by Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Our thoughts on what is next and your phone calls as we jump into it today, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. We'll get some phone calls in just a second. But Storm Restoration Roofing want to make sure that your house is secure right now, that you've got the best roof possible on top of the house. One way to do that is a free, no-cost inspection. That's what Storm Restoration Roofing will do for you. No out-of-pocket money there for that free, no-cost inspection by calling this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. As Greg posted the other day, if you've got a metal roof that has to be tidied up occasionally, some pressure washing and whatever, get things checked out up there, he'll do that as well. He'll get up there with a pressure washer and clean that roof as well on those metal roofs. It's Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection. That goes right to his cell number, but you also can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, and he's A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Ben is in Birmingham. Ben, welcome to the show this morning. How are you doing, man?
I'm great, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, a quick comment and then a couple of questions.
All right.
The comment is it's turning into greed. It's all about money, and we've known that for a long time. So with it being about greed, I think that's how they're going to try to align the conferences. And the Big Ten made a comment that they weren't done yet. That was bigger to me than saying UCLA and USC had come by saying we're not done yet. So probably going to go to 2014. So that would kind of make you think they're going toward Oregon and Washington because those are both top 50 financial schools. And the SEC would probably raid some of the southern schools or whatever, and the Big Ten will be done. The Pac-12 will go away. And then you have to have a bottom feeder team like Vandy's and stuff, but will these conferences kill a couple of these schools and knock them out to absorb bigger market teams to bring in more money?
So you're saying like a Vandy, would we get rid of a Vandy to add an extra money school?
Yeah, because used to people
Correct.
would say, well, you want to keep Vandy for academics. Okay, well, that does not matter. I don't even know how that factors
Correct.
into it.
Academics has went away.
Yeah, your question, Ben, is do you keep Vandy because they make you a player in baseball? Well, I mean, my God, you got a ton of baseball teams in the SEC now with Oklahoma and Texas coming in. Do you keep them because occasionally they're good in basketball? You got a ton of good basketball teams. You know, what does Vandy bring to the table? They bring a good TV market in Nashville. But Tennessee brings that same TV market. Bama's got a lot of fans that live in Nashville. Ole Miss has, I mean, there's a lot of people that live in Nashville. How much does Vandy really move the needle for Nashville? I mean,
Ben,
those are questions you do have to ask.
Ben, tell me what you think. I mean, how would you feel about kicking anybody out? I mean, I guess we don't have loyalty anymore, but it does seem like that would be sort of crappy if we started kicking out teams.
I think kind of the loyalty is going to go away. I see the Big Ten and the SEC saying we can't get the playoffs that we want, so we're going to make it the way we want it to be. We're going to make two huge conferences. We're going to kill a lot of schools. They're going to kill a lot of schools by doing this, but they're going to let them have their own thing. Your Oregon States of the world and your Texas Techs are going to be in a different league. They're not going to be brought in. I mean, I think that Warren and Sankey are way ahead. I think they're extremely smart by doing it. I think it's going to change football in a lot of different ways that we may not like. But I think it's all about money. And I think the SEC would probably go after a North Carolina market, a Clemson. I don't see why Florida State would really be sucked in that. I think Miami would have to be because it's a good TV market and there's a lot of recruiting there. But, I think that they'll suck it – the way they're going to suck it up and bring in these other teams, your UABs and stuff are going to be nothing more than just a transfer portal to the big school. They're going to be the minor league of the college football league now. They're going to, I think that it's possibly going to go 24 based on the way that they're saying they're going after more. And I think the SEC is probably proactively talking to other schools about coming. And I think that some of these smaller schools like your Rutgers, your Vanderbilt, the ones that don't bring in big money, we do need those bottom feeders, but we don't need them no more. And then your alliances are gone. And when your alliances are gone like that, I think they're going to cut a lot of these small teams.
Yep.
That's my
All right.
thought.
Yeah.
Ben, thank you.
Ben.
It's something to think about. I'm sitting here. One of our TVs is in a frozen mode, and it gives us like landscape pictures.
It's beautiful,
and I'm
isn't
looking
it?
at a beautiful sunrise over a frozen tundra. But that was sort of my imagery of college athletics as he was talking to me. It's a barren world out there. If we start kicking out the Vandies of the world. I mean, if we start doing that, where is there a place for Starkville, Mississippi? You know, places like that. I mean, it's a fabric of our league that I never want us to get rid of.
It is, and you've got to keep there's certain image and appeal you've got to keep, right? And part of the image is those types of places, and they can occasionally, Ole Miss and Mississippi State spend some time in the very top of the first college football playoff. Don't forget. Yeah. It will forever be the answer to a trivia question: who was the very first college football team ranked number 1? And people will guess Alabama and Clemson and all that, and it's Mississippi State.
Right.
They bring, those schools still bring value. You can't just cut them loose and say, all right, we're going to build a bunch of teams that we can always count on being in the top 10.
But yes, exactly right. You can't make decisions based on wins and losses. Right? I mean, it's easy to say. I mean, Clemson right now is a sexy story, right? They're fantastic at football right now. And, they may continue that. They may not. I don't know. But from 1991 to 2011, do you know how many 10-win seasons they had? 10 wins, counting bowl games.
From 91 to 2011, yeah. I would say maybe 1.
Zero.
Yeah,
Zero.
I mean, they got good quick.
Yeah. So 20 years, they had 0. And, there was a portion in time Alabama wasn't among the elite. There's a portion in time that, you could almost go to every school and say, for a period of time, that team sucks. You can't make it in the here and now. I know Clemson looks sexy. And when I say battleground, to me, battleground is North Carolina and Duke.
Yeah.
I say that knowing I think Clemson and Florida State are already in the SEC.
Yeah.
I think those are givens, right?
Okay.
I think they're part of NATO if we're dividing this up, right? I think they would choose to join us, and we don't have to fight for them. They're a given, Clemson and Florida State. To me, the ones you have to fight over, to me, is Notre Dame, North Carolina, and North Carolina's paired with Duke. I don't care about them in football, but it's a great basketball. To me, I don't think the Notre Dame would ever consider the SEC.
Yeah, maybe the Big Ten one day, maybe.
Yeah,
and I think there's always a spot open for them in the Big Ten the minute they called.
Because they're going to always go academics.
Yeah.
Right? And Notre Dame will change anybody's television contract. I don't care what you're being paid
it's a
now.
national product.
If you add Notre Dame, they will renegotiate your contract to give you more money for that deal to include Notre Dame, 100%. And then after Notre Dame, to me, the biggest one is North Carolina because of their brand. And, the Jordan brand resonates. It makes a lot of money. It's high profile. North Carolina, some really good TV markets. But I just think the UNC brand is a bigger brand than Clemson. I think Clemson is a much better football program and probably will be until I'm dead, 6 feet under. Clemson will be better than North Carolina in football. But I think Clemson and Florida State's already in the SEC's back pocket. I'm talking about where we got to battle somebody.
Right.
And if we've got to battle somebody for a school, I think it's North Carolina. I think North Carolina could go to the Big Ten, and I think North Carolina could come to the SEC. I think Clemson and Florida State's already in our back pocket.
I like your thinking there.
Yeah.
B. Rich in Huntsville is next. B. Rich, what's up, man?
Hey, fellas. You doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, the first thing I thought of when all the
all right, we're going to try B. Rich a little bit later.
Get B. Rich back on, yeah. Part of our show today being brought to you by Johnson RV Center. That's the johnsonrvcenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923. Give us a call back, B. Rich, and we'll try to get a better connection. Always connected to Earth with our friends at Johnson RV Center.
You can see them on Earth, I-65 304 and Coleman 334 indicator. Those are the exit numbers. You can see them up in the stratosphere, johnstonrvcenter.com. Right now, those Cherokee Alpha Wolves start at just $275 a month with approved credit, 10% down. What an affordable price to go see America, right? And they go all the way up to $329 a month, that most popular couples coach with 10% down and approved credit. You can see those Coachman Clippers starting at $16,946. All of that at johnstonrvcenter.com, johnstonrvcenter.com.
All right, B. Rich is back. See if we got a better connection. Move him back to the top of the list there. B. Rich with us on the phones. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, do I sound better now?
You do sound better, yes.
Hey, I appreciate you staying with me. Fellas, how irrelevant now has the talk been about the scheduling in the SEC and every kid getting to make it to every campus and play every school? Because I don't see that happening.
Not anymore. I mean, it's not going to happen to the Big Ten, and it won't happen in the SEC when they expand.
If we go past 16, I mean, it looks really good. I had gotten excited, B. Rich, about the 3-6-6 plan of having 3 permanents, and you rotate through 6, and every other year you play everybody in the new expanded 16-team league. If we go to 18, does a 3? What does that need to be then at that point to get to everywhere? Is it a 3-7-7?
You're asking the wrong person.
We go to 10 games.
But here's the thing, too, B. Rich. When you do this, you're probably going to end up with 10 conference games.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's going to help that a little bit. Yeah.
More football. I think it's going to end up in more football. I think we're going to be looking at an NFL model soon.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Thank you, B. Rich. I don't. That's what TV wants.
What this
they're
means,
driving all this.
What this means for the SEC, from Aaron Suttles, what he has learned. He writes a fascinating story at The Athletic today as part of our morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. You can get that today. We're going to send out some Cowan Equipment poll questions. If you tell me, I'd like to see where you think the biggest battles will be, something like that. We'll do some kind of landscape question brought to you by the great folks, Brownie, at Cowan Equipment.
Jim, if you are having a difficult time finding that new plastic-on-the-seat piece of equipment, you're not alone, but you know who can help? Cowan Equipment. They've got a rental fleet hit list, and it's got a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet that you can buy now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information. Cowan Equipment.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Little sweet, did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple out? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your jacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you've probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, little sweet.
Did you get your kid in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
With a very cool Jason Isbell t-shirt on, Aaron Suttles joins us in just a second after I tell you about the great folks at Odie's. If you're looking for some live music, you get that there this weekend. Also, it's a Birmingham institution when it comes to great food as well. Rodney Cook has been cooking up incredible lunches and dinners for almost 25 years at Odie's right there in Crestline Village. Burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich right there. Fantastic patio going on this time of year as well. Go by and see the great staff at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village today.
You read him at The Athletic. You see and hear him on Bama and Bourbon with LT here on our platform. And you follow him on Twitter at Aaron Suttles. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Aaron? How are you?
Come on, boys.
All right, Aaron, tell us exactly what the SEC looks like a decade from now. Go.
Man, how about this one? Is Vanderbilt still a part of the conference?
Well, you know, we had a couple callers before you came on asking us a variation of that question. People on Twitter are saying the same thing. I mean, I guess anything is a possibility now, including asking teams to leave, right?
I think it is. I think that's where we're headed. If you're trying to build super leagues, and with all respect to Vanderbilt's baseball program, with all respect to their women's bowling program, with all respect to their academics, which is outstanding, what do they bring to the conference in value? In terms of television contract? Nothing. Literally nothing. So, I question whether aside from loyalty, what's the benefit of the SEC keeping a Vanderbilt when you're making plays for other programs? And the next question, logically, which I'm sure we're going to talk about, is what other programs would be in play? And I think those are the conversations that are beginning to happen, not officially, but, Greg Sankey didn't get in this position by being a short-term thinker. So I think long-term thinking, some of these conversations are starting to happen, and I wouldn't say plotting, but certainly looking at the roadmap of what might be in your future.
You touch on this in your story at The Athletic, and I tell people all the time, I don't think I was the first person to sign up for The Athletic, but I've been there since the beginning, and days like yesterday make it worth it because it was 1,000 different articles from 1,000 different people from 1,000 different angles. And Aaron writes, basically what's the SEC's next move? How are they reacting? And you talk about Dabo Swinney's reaction yesterday, your perceived Dabo Swinney reaction yesterday. Do you think coaches like Dabo Swinney are weighing in with their folks right now about what should be happening at their institution?
Absolutely. And if they're not, it's sort of a dereliction of duty. I know the old school football coach is going to say, I can control what I can control, which is my football team. But big picture thinking, you have to. I mean, you have to. And I know we are always prisoners of the moment in our business, your business, in media, especially with sports. We view Clemson basically since 2015 on, which they've been a power. But what are they traditionally? Now, we know what they did under Danny Ford, and they've had some good years. but they're the smallest public institution in the ACC. They share a relatively small state that doesn't produce a ton of Division I talent. They produce some talent, but not a ton, especially not enough, I would say, to split with another major program, Power 5 program. So if I'm Clemson and I'm trying to secure my future, what am I bringing to the table for a potential league? I know what they've been since 2015, but what is their overall arc as a program historically? I would be a little worried if I was Clemson, and I would want to secure the bag, like the kids say. I want to secure my future, and that would involve, making some phone calls. And I know South Carolina would put up a fight for them coming into the SEC, but that's what I'd be clawing and scratching to do about it.
And see, that's why I think North Carolina. I know Clemson's a better football program, but I think North Carolina is a better brand.
That'd be my first call. Would be North Carolina. Great basketball. I think sort of a sleeper with the potential what could be in football. They've had some good seasons under Mac Brown. I think. Listen, when I say sleeping, I don't think they're ever going to be a power, but I think they could be a year in, year out, respectable, consistent program. I look at a Virginia. I would go after a Virginia. I would value North Carolina and Virginia, or if you want to go North Carolina Duke, way more than I would Florida State and Clemson, in my opinion.
Aaron Suttles is with us, and he joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline at Aaron Suttles on Twitter. You read him on The Athletic as well. Look, we make this joke a lot on this show. Pat Dye famously said hindsight is 50-50, but using that 50-50 hindsight, if the SEC could do this all over again, would Missouri be part of this conference?
Knowing what we know now, no. No, I don't think so. Just from a cultural fit, I was talking to somebody yesterday as I was playing golf, and we were sort of trading texts. Right now, Oklahoma State looks a much more natural fit in the SEC than Missouri does. And Oklahoma State's pretty good athletic department overall. I would say way better than Missouri. You talk about baseball, basketball, football. I think they'd be a real good fit. Now, then you would have the in-state ties now coming in 2025 with Oklahoma. And I go back. What was it? It was over a decade ago, right? How close did we come to Texas being in the Pac-12?
Close.
It seemed close. Yeah, it seemed close.
Well, I mean, it was closer than I think some of us realized, and that sort of started the whole ball rolling. And so I don't think any of us thought, in 2010 we'd be sitting here today. But let me ask you guys this question. Now that we know the pieces in play on the chessboard, we know where those guys are headed, what legacy dominant college football programs are there outside of the Big Ten and the SEC as of 2025? Notre Dame?
Notre Dame.
That's it, right?
Yeah. Everything else is new money. Like you got some Oregon new money out there, some Clemson new money out there. I would still call Miami new money. But your historically great programs, Notre Dame is it.
So basically ESPN and Fox owns college football. They have bought the sport of college football. Mm-hmm. And that's basically what this is.
Yep. And Notre Dame makes any TV deal, you tear it up and you rewrite it. If Notre Dame joins either the SEC or the Big Ten, that no matter what deal you've worked out, you tear it up and say, okay, we'll pay even more money if you get Notre Dame into the mix.
Dame, you're talking about the Athletic. We sort of get our metrics. When Notre Dame has breaking news, the people, even though they haven't been what they were in the 60s and in the 70s, when they make moves and break news and are good, they produce numbers that are SEC level. I mean, people still care in a large way about Notre Dame. And you guys were there in Miami when Alabama played them for the national championship game. And on the field, it wasn't close. But off the field, there were a heck of a lot of Notre Dame fans in South Beach. Yep.
I got really comfortable already with the 3-6-6 scheduling model of 16 teams. I thought that was going to work better than what we've been doing in recent years at 14. I was excited about that. How fast do we go to 18? Do we even play 16 before we go to 18? Is there 20, 22? Where does the wheel stop?
Do we get to 20, Jim? And if you get to 20, this whole idea and this nice notion of playing teams regularly, I don't know how you do it unless you just do away with permanent rivals, which, listen, I'm not the back in my day was better guy. I think in every area of life, progress is good. But I do wonder sort of what we're doing here.
Yeah.
With And I do think this is temporary. I don't think 40, 50 years from now we're going to see super conferences. I think eventually, once they split away from the NCAA, which is what this is about, this is going to happen. I do think they'll probably shrink and it'll become regionalized again. But for now, for the foreseeable future, this is reality.
See, I wanted to ask you about that because to me, that's one of the reasons that made college football so popular in the South, in my opinion, because it was us against them. We were always portrayed as dumb on television, dumb on movies. They had the pro sports franchises up north and out west, blah, 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 blah. But on college football Saturdays, sometimes we would go kick their ass, and it was a big deal when a Southern team would beat a Northern team, a Notre Dame, a Michigan, Ohio State, or a USC, and it feels like we're losing some of that.
Absolutely, and it's not just some of the time, Jim. We kick their ass a lot.
Yeah.
Go look at the SEC's record versus the Big Ten overall. I think maybe 2 Big Ten teams have winning records over the SEC. I think Minnesota, strangely enough, does, and I think maybe Michigan. But I think those are the only 2 schools in the Big Ten. Now, that's not counting UCLA and USC. I haven't done the math on that. But you're right. I mean, in some ways, nationalism is bad. We sort of fracture ourselves into too many segments. But in college football, it was fun. And I think for the most part, there are always some loonies out there. But for the most part, we sort of embrace that. And I think we're losing that to an extent. And that's not – I told someone yesterday, this is not what I grew up loving. And again, that's fine. We need to progress in many ways. But it's not – I don't know that I'm going to care about college football 15 years from now as much as I did when I was a kid. And that sort of makes me a little sad.
Before you go, Aaron, I am curious, and Aaron writes what's next for the SEC at The Athletic, where you encourage you to go subscribe and read Aaron's work and follow him on Twitter at Aaron Suttles. In talking to some people in the SEC universe last night, a school that came up a surprising amount of times to me was Arizona State.
I saw that.
Yeah, don't you? It's a weird fit, but man, I heard it. It's coming from somewhere because I heard it from people from just different people that are completely not connected, other than the fact that they're in the SEC universe.
Yeah, I heard that too, Ryan. It makes no sense to me, but none of this really makes any sense. And hey, if I get a trip to Arizona every few years, I'll take it as a media member. But I do sort of listen. We've watched from afar as people winking each other, talking about the academics in college athletics. Can we stop that now for good?
Yeah.
You're telling me the women's soccer team's going to have to travel across the country? You're basically, how are they going to spend any time in class? If you're a baseball team from USC, you're going across the country. It just makes no sense. And I don't see how they're going to look their student athletes in the face. Not so much football, but the other sports, and tell them this is about academics, because you're going to lose a ton of time in the classroom. How long does it take you to go from Los Angeles to Rutgers?
Yeah.
I mean, you'll have to schedule it where their USC UCLA is gone for 2 weeks. They would leave and play
two weeks of class,
2
weeks of lectures, 2 weeks of interacting with their classmates. And so we've always understood that there's sort of a wink and a nod with academics and all this, but this blows that whole charade out of the water.
Yeah, it was Matt Brown that says UCLA to Rutgers is almost the same distance as Rutgers to Iceland. So, I mean, that's what we're talking about here.
Jim's right. You're going to have to schedule it in a way that you're on the road. That's the only way, one, for financial, these non-revenue sports financially to make that make sense. And then two, just to travel. It's crazy, but hey, we're here. It's coming. And I'm more concerned about what the SEC can get securing its future. And I'm with Jim. I think North Carolina would be my first phone call.
All right, he is Aaron Suttles. You can go read him at The Athletic. Follow him at Aaron Suttles. Have a great weekend with the family, Aaron. As always, we appreciate the time.
Was yesterday your birthday?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, happy birthay to you, man.
Yep.
Happy
Thanks,
birthday.
guys. Weekend.
Aaron's a legal drinking age now. He just turned 21, so go get that bourbon.
Can you imagine the Big Ten? Can you imagine the Big Ten expanding to the London School of Economics in Oxford because it's closer than USC and UCLA?
It's about the academics. Aaron was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, and I meant to say this to him before he got out of there. You know what the "it's about academics" is? It's the same line that the players going from the PGA Tour to the LIV are saying it's about spending more time with my family.
Exactly.
Let's be honest about this.
It's about the money.
You'll spend more time with your family, but it's about the money.
It's about the money, my friend. We got 4 downs coming up in a little bit. But our friends at Mortgage Right, Brownie, we had a chance to talk with them again this week. If you get a chance to sit down with somebody like the folks at Mortgage right now, just to feel good about your mortgage situation or what the immediate future and what 4 years, 5 years is going to look like, I advise you to do that just to get some knowledgeable information from folks like the guys that run Mortgage Right.
And I'll tell you one thing that binds us all together is in this area and probably wherever you're listening to us, the equity in your home has never been higher.
That's right.
It's crazy where home prices are right now. So if you don't want to sell and you don't want to get out of there, at least make that equity work for you.
That's
You're
right.
never going to have a better opportunity than this, and it all starts with Mortgage Right. Go to mortgageright.com, mortgageright.com/TNR. Tell them the next round sent you. You heard us, 2 idiots that know nothing about this. Even we realize the equity is the highest it'll ever be in our house. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. You need to go to Mortgage Right today. Take advantage of it and let that. If you're renting, that's crazy. That's throwing money away. Let this equity work for you right now. mortgageright.com/TNR.
Yeah, remember the /TNR part. That helps us out a little bit. Bobby Carpenter coming up at the top of the hour. And then John Samuel Shenker joins us.
JSS.
Joins us at 11 o'clock today. Anybody become a bigger star at Auburn last year than that guy?
Dude was on the baseball team, left because of Sonny DeShera. It's kind of a bad time to leave, but hey, I get it.
Well, good reason.
Yeah,
Good reason.
So now he's playing football for Auburn, doing quite well for them at tight end. Just got married.
Oh, did he really?
Just got married. We'll talk
Man,
to you
that
about
wedding bug hit that Auburn team.
That's right.
Bo Nix goes Saturday, I think, tomorrow.
Just got married, so we'll ask him about being a college football player and being married. Those are rare now. They used to be a little more common, I think. So, yeah, he'll join us coming up at 11 o'clock. Look forward to talking to him.
Looking forward to talking to him. And then Bruce Feldman at 12 noon, Rockstar in the Lounge at 12:35. All that is still rolling your way right here on the next round as we get ready to continue the conversation this morning. I tell you what, let's go ahead and knock out 4 downs when we come back. 4 downs is up next right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
I'll be on the golf course a little bit later on today. Going out to the Meadows.
Back to back for you.
Going out to the Meadows to play one of our great sponsor courses.
Saw them the other day. They're doing fireworks out there tonight.
Are they really?
Yeah, if you'll play till dark, you might be able to put out on 18 at the fireworks.
That one guy yelling at him like, I'm trying to make my shot.
Yeah, so would you please stop yelling for the fireworks?
Well, I did not know that, Brown, when I booked this. Our tee time's not till 3:40, so we'll be finishing right at sunset.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like the Barons, like right at the end of your round, the fireworks just go.
My friends at Redmond Vodka, all right, they provide me vodka for my transfusions on the golf course, right? I'll be having one or two of those.
Your exclusive provider.
A little bit later on today. What I have in my bag, though, is that I have taken a lesser vodka, miniatures, and I have poured out that vodka.
We don't need that. Pour the vodka out.
I washed it, and I have now put Redmond vodka. We don't have miniatures yet. That's coming soon.
Okay. Well, you've got them, but the general public doesn't have them.
Right. So I've got Redmond vodka miniatures that I'll be rolling around with out on the golf course a little bit later on today. I'd encourage you to drink responsibly and always enjoy our friends at Redmond Vodka, the official vodka of the World Games, which starts on July the 7th. Today's July. Can y'all believe that? It's July 1.
Well, I'll tease you coming up in Trash. One of my favorite things Rockstar does in Trash, offbeat holidays in the month of July.
Interesting. I like that. Brown, don't answer this, okay?
Well, I'm on the show, Jim.
Don't answer it now. Just hold your tongue. Rockstar, can you tell me who is the leader of the Live Golf tournament that started yesterday at Pumpkin Ridge?
BJC.
No, I will go Ernie Els.
Ask Forrester if he knows. Forrester, do you know? Who's the lead? Don't look, Forrester. Cheater. 1 year ago, he left ABC 30-40.
I know.
He says Brooks Koepka.
Brooks Koepka. I don't even know the answer. I don't know. Does Lunsford know?
How many grains is Sandra on the beach?
Does Lunsford? Do you even know?
I know who led after yesterday.
Okay, you know yesterday's leader.
But you know what's weird is I couldn't tell you who led the John Deere on the PGA Tour yesterday, but I did look to see who was leading the lead.
We make all this
event.
big deal about the live. I saw where their YouTube numbers were modest.
About 500,000.
Oh, I heard modest.
Oh, well, hang on. Let me pull it up. I looked this morning because I didn't watch any golf yesterday. So I went to YouTube and watched the highlights from the Live event, which Scott, needs to teach him how to do highlights. let's see, Jim.
You're suggesting we send Scott over to Saudi Arabia to teach the live folks?
Scott would not do that, but he works.
Spend more time with his family.
And Scott spend more time with his family. I mean, his family drags him all over the earth playing sports. I don't know that he could do both. I think I saw 500,000, but of course now, when I'm talking about, I can't find it.
That's quite all right. Anyway, I would venture to say not a lot of people knew who was leading the Live Golf Tournament. I do not. Who was it?
Carlos Ortiz, I believe, was who was leading it, if I am not mistaken.
I said Carlos. No, I said Ortiza.
Ortiza.
All right, let's do
490,000 views for their actual round one yesterday. That's fairly comparable to what a PGA Tour event will get for a Thursday or Friday on the Golf Channel.
Okay.
That's not all that out of whack.
You keep defending those money-hungry traders. Let's do 4 downs. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Boy, I've used them.
That's the way we were painted at one point.
What?
Money-hungry traders.
At one point.
Money-hungry traders.
I think that was
anyway,
actually
what's
used.
this brought to you by, Brown?
I do believe we've been called that. Yes, Rockstar. Money-hungry traders. Is Live Golf ruining anybody's vacation? That's what I need to know. Hey, right now at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they've got that new location coming in Pell City. You can find them throughout, though, at vulcantireandauto.com. And it's not just tires. I know tires is right there in it. They've done all kinds of work on my family vehicles. It's who I trust. It's who you could trust as well. vulcantireandauto.com. Make sure that AC is working right now. Boy, you need it out there.
Yeah.
First down.
Need it in here, too, Rockstar. All right, here we go. I'm going to throw out a school in 4 downs today, and you tell me where you think they will end up, okay?
Fire away.
I'll go North Carolina first. You think they stay in the ACC? You think they go to the Big Ten, the SEC, or do you think they do a created new conference? So we'll say pick 5 years from now.
5 years from now, I'll say SEC. The ACC schools are complicated because of this grant of rights deal, which is so, wordy. I don't really want to go into it. But it's going to be difficult for ACC, or expensive, I should say, for ACC schools to move around. Carolina's got the money, though. I'll say Southeastern Conference.
Southeastern. They would choose that over the Big Ten.
Yep, that's what I'm going to say.
Okay.
Second down.
Louisville,
I will put in the Big Ten.
Wow.
I'll put Louisville in the Big Ten. Yep. Louisville's going to be a Big Ten school.
Just for giggles, I think North Carolina goes to the Big Ten, and I think Louisville goes to the SEC.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're opposite on those first two.
On those,
yes. Why Big Ten for Louisville?
I just feel like, they're geographically connected. That doesn't matter anymore, obviously. It is just
geographically connected to the SEC, too.
They are, yeah. But big basketball school, they just feel like more of a Big Ten school to me. I mean, frankly, Kentucky does, too, don't they?
Well, we have basketball schools in the SEC, too. Kentucky, Auburn.
Oh, wow.
That's not an insult.
Oh, no, that's not an insult at all. Scott, is it an insult calling Auburn a basketball school? Yeah, Scott said.
Oh, you guys, that's all I hear in January, February, March. Basketball.
Their T-shirt says we're an everything school. They've got that T-shirt in everything school.
All right.
Third down.
Standard Alabama fashion, they followed up with we're a championship school.
Oklahoma State.
That's a tougher one. I'm going to say they are members of the Pac-12.
Pac-12?
I just get the feeling.
Oh, that gave me chills.
I get the feeling the Big 12 is the one that dies here. I know everybody's writing the eulogy for the Pac-12 right now. I get the weird feeling the Big 12 is the one that dies. That's just me, though. That's
I picture the Pac-12 presidents going, there's no way we're bringing in Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State.
Do they even have books?
Fourth down.
I think Oklahoma State's in the. That's funny, Lunsford. I got Oklahoma State in the SEC. John Lunsford from the back row says Oklahoma State to 7A Region 3. If you're from the state of Alabama, you get that.
They won't recruit as well as Thompson.
The last one, Oregon. 5 years from now, where's Oregon?
They're still in the Pac-12. Again, if I think the Pac-12 is going to survive, I think they're going to. So everybody has said, and I think it was Feldman that said this, but a lot of people were talking yesterday, that this is all on the heads of the presidents of the Pac-12 that did not take football seriously enough. So if they want to survive as a conference, this is going to be their wake-up call. We have got to reinvest and take football seriously. That's why I think they'll be the ones that survive this over the Big 12. But you could play this back in 5 years, and I could look like a complete idiot. It will not be the first or the last time that happens to me.
Is there a chance yesterday Lincoln Riley went, damn, I was trying to run away from these super conferences coming out here.
I know. I thought
now we're in the Big Ten.
I thought it was going to be easier on me.
Yeah. All right, that's our 4 downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive, and you can find them throughout our listing area. Just go to vulcantireandauto.com. It's who we trust. You can as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, when we come back, we'll talk to Bobby Carpenter, who is a Big Ten guy. Bobby will join us to chat us up about Ohio State and the Big Ten's reaction to these big moves that happened yesterday. Our friends at Champions Boxing, Forster and I had a chance to go down there and see the heavy bags and the small bags and the big full boxing rings.
Just a lot of bags between me and Forster.
A lot of bags we saw. Champions Boxing, great place
Phil,
there.
this one's got-
There, you see right there. Champions Boxing, great place to get into shape.
Is it a fight club?
This summer, it is not a fight club,
No?
Brownie. It's not. It is a place where you get mentally and physically in shape, and they're especially encouraging a lot of the women in the area to come sign up with Stephanie, a great female trainer down there, and she'll put you through the ringer there when it comes to getting into shape using boxing, the sport of boxing, as a training mechanism to keep it really interesting. Get tired of pushing weights around, doing the same old workouts at the local gym. It's different at Champions Boxing. You can call them up, 205-358-8176, 358-8176. And they go ages 7 and up, men and women. Check them out on Facebook and Instagram, Champions Boxing AL.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets. Available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
USFL championship game Sunday night for the Birmingham Stallions and the Philadelphia Stars. Kevin Durant wants a trade. Phillies killed the Braves last night. And some people are talking about, I don't know, USC, UCLA leaving the Pac-12 for the Big Ten.
All right, we're going to get a lot of perspectives on it today. We got the SEC perspective from Aaron Suttles of The Athletic, who covers Alabama and wrote the Athletic column, What's Next for the SEC. Let's get a college football in a Big Ten perspective from a guy that played in the Big Ten Conference, Bobby Carpenter. You see him without Kick, now the fan there in Columbus as well. At BCarp3 on Twitter, and he's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Bobby? How are you?
Oh, man, just trying to get a hold of everything that has obviously happened here in the last 24 hours. It's been fast and furious. I was doing some XM like I always do with Jacob Hester on 84, and our producer comes out like, hey, Texas, we're going to go on an hour earlier today, and has a tweet attached to it. I'm like, holy smokes.
Yeah.
We're in the business now. This is real life.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. You know, we talked about this yesterday, that in the lead up to Texas and Oklahoma leaving for the SEC, that story stayed extremely quiet. Everybody was taken off guard by it. And the same thing happened here. It's remarkable that this has been ongoing, and almost nobody knew this was coming.
Yeah, it's just like you said, Texas, we're literally talking about that and making that analogy where, you know, that blindsided everybody last year, and this is the same thing that happened, obviously, this year, as it came out of nowhere. And I went fast and furious, and I think part of what had happened is the TV rights deals were getting negotiated, and, you know, with that, everybody realized how much money was there. Fox, you know, probably, they've got part of the Pac-12. There's a lot of people in the West Coast who, you know, are USC and, you know, tied to UCLA. They're all in LA. Probably start looking at dollar amounts and start throwing it out there. And, you know, for people who don't know, like, there's a major budget issue at UCLA. They've got some issues. And really, if you're outside of the Big Ten of the SEC, you're operating about a $50 million annual budget deficit when it comes to TV marketing deals moving forward. And so the question then becomes, gentlemen, like, which side of the world do you want to be on? Like, what neighborhood do you want to live in? And I think a lot of the schools finally looked at it, and, you know, if you've got some power and some sway, yeah, I want to live in the nice section of town. I don't want to have to try to elevate where I am. I want other people to help facilitate and elevate us as well. And I think that made all the difference in this, and that's why I think you saw this happen.
Initially, the one thing I thought of, and even as a Southern kid, Bobby, the Rose Bowl has always been, even though I never really loved Big Ten or Pac-12 teams, I hated you guys, but the Rose Bowl was a game I would always watch and still do. You tell me what yesterday's announcement does for the future of the Rose Bowl, the interest level, the glamour, the tradition, all of that. What does that do for the Rose Bowl?
Well, I mean, going to get to see Rose Bowl matchups all year long now. But I think as far as the game, I think that game's basically on life support. And the Rose Bowl, was one of the last impediments to, college football playoff expansion. They always wanted things on their terms. And, for the pageantry of it, I love the Rose Bowl, man. I was a huge, huge fan of it growing up. And, I never got to play in one. That's one of, my big regrets for football. But, with all that, I mean, I don't know what that matchup is going to mean now. I don't even know if it'll exist. I think with this in 3 years, you're going to see an expanded playoff, and that's basically going to be now the Big Ten and the SEC sitting down at the table and saying, what do we want college football to look like? You guys have an idea. We have an idea. Let's put this thing together and see how much money we can make when this playoff comes around.
We talk a lot of people look at this, Bobby. Bobby Carpenter with us, the former Ohio State Dallas Cowboy, great now with Outkick and the fan there in Columbus. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A lot of people look at this and say, oh, the travel, the academics, and all of that. I mean, Bobby, you played. You guys didn't travel by covered wagon when you guys played. I mean, is that big of a deal? I know maybe the Olympic sports, maybe, okay. But for a football team, the travel for UCLA and USC, is that even that big of a deal that we should discuss it?
I don't think for football it's a big deal. Some of the other sports, like Gene Smith did have a presser today, and he did bring up the point, and make no mistake about it. The irony is that Kevin Warren, who is the commissioner, is in London not announcing this, and the person who was out there spearheading this was Gene Smith, and he's the one who's handling all the questions and everything with President Christina Johnson. But he did bring up, he's like, a lot of the Olympic sports, they'll be fine. Because they travel, like everyone thinks that they travel all the time. He's like, we handle charters and stuff for them. They fly. The reality is, too, I mean, when your school's going to be getting over $100 million a year in TV media stuff, because that allows for travel to be a little easier.
Yeah.
Because you can pay for it to be better. But he did say, the one thing is going to be, men's and women's basketball. He's playing those midweek games every week. Because that will be a little tough, but we're just going to have to charter for them. Because they do it right now, just a little bit further. It's going to be tough, but, I mean, that's just the reality of what we're dealing with. And if the guys want to go play, the next level, the same thing they're going to deal with there. So, I mean, there are challenges with it, but it's nothing that isn't insurmountable. Because people make it out as if it's terrible and tough. It's not ideal, but it's not going away, and so this is what you ultimately have to deal with.
A crazy idea. What if the Big Ten bought a fleet of planes?
Why not?
Crazy. Well, I mean, they got a lot of money. Just buy 6-7 planes, and you figure the schedules out.
Well, and that's the reality. It's like, hey, and that's one of the things with the Big Ten is they started leaning in. Like, Ohio State's like, all right, we get most of the money is derived from Ohio State, and then you have Michigan, Penn State, Michigan State, maybe Nebraska a little bit. But, you have schools in here that, I joke, they're just takers. They've just been collecting their check and not doing anything. It's, Jacob Hester and I have joked around. He's a big EPL guy, European soccer. I'm like, why don't we have relegation? If you're just going to sit here and collect your $100 million check and not try to win and finish in last every year in football, well, then you know what? You're bumped down to the Sun Belt. You're bumped down to the MAC, and you got to win your way back in. Take the bottom team every year, bottom two teams, they get booted out. And incentivize people to do that and spend money and try to make things better. It's not that hard to put all that together and to be able to get that done. I think it ultimately will, but it's just going to take a little time.
First, I'm not surprised Gene Smith's making the announcement and handling all the questions. I consider him to be the Big Ten commissioner anyway, so I'm not shocked by that. I would like to know what you think is next. Who does something next? Is it Notre Dame making a decision? Is it the SEC grabbing 2 more? Is it the Big Ten grabbing 2 more, 4 more? What do you think happens next?
So, the thing with expansion, I think it only works if it makes financial sense. One in Texas and Oklahoma, they're great brands, and they have huge markets, and they're national brands. And they have great football, usually. Texas, see what they ultimately are able to get done here at some point. But, I mean, in theory, those are good, but you're picking up a massive state that cares a lot about football. Well, for the SEC to expand, people have talked about Clemson. I'm like, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. But you already have South Carolina there. I mean, Clemson's good, but why do we want to share any of our money with them? We're getting just as many people watching our games. We can schedule them in the non-conference if we want to. And so we have a pathway to be able to do that. So I'm curious to see what the SEC does. As far as the Big Ten, talked to a number of people on the West Coast about this. I think Oregon and Washington are the two next to come. And we'll see ultimately when that's announced. Further, that'll be announced next week. When that ultimately comes down the pipe. And then with that, that would take it to 18. If we're at 18, you might as well go 20. And I think a lot of this also is due to ratchet up some heat on Notre Dame. And if you have USC, that's big. Maybe they bring in Stanford too if Notre Dame really wants it. And you have both of them, and all of a sudden now you put together, a pretty nice package for Notre Dame to be the quote national brand they've always wanted to be, and that helps fill that box for them. So I ultimately think, and just from talking to some people, and I've talked a lot with Brady Quinn about this. Quarterback at Notre Dame, played against him in high school. He's Columbus native. He works for Fox now, and he was always adamant Notre Dame would never join the Big Ten because they're quote national, and that's what they are. That's how they view themselves, and they don't want to tie themselves to a region. But now, like the big rivals that they play, the Stanfords, the USCs, like they're in the deal, like they're part of it. So I think they realize too, when it's just the Big Ten and the SEC making these decisions, like Jack Schwarbeck, the Notre Dame AD, he's a powerful dude, but like he can't overcome, two basically probably 18 and 20 team conferences with how they want to operate. Because they'll just leave them out. Like, we'll just do our own thing. We have basically everyone we need at this point. So I think Notre Dame understands that, and I think that will probably be a 16 pickup eventually for the Big Ten, just when all that's announced. That remains to be seen.
Yeah, your phone, or at least in my headset, broke up momentarily when you were talking about Oregon and Washington. I think I heard you say, I don't think that announcement will be next week, or you said that announcement will come next week.
I think it'll come next week.
So you think next week the Big Ten will announce Oregon and Washington coming to the Big Ten?
Yeah, because from what I've been told, they had to make their announcement. They had to let the Pac-12 know for their TV rights. Larry Scott, the Pac-12 commissioner, before Kliavkoff, I think George has done a great job. They're able to leave a situation where they have to wait and have a big TV buyout. They can leave without penalty if they announce by the end of today in 2 years. So they don't even have a financial penalty they have to worry about. That's why I think that's going to probably be that'll be issued to them. Probably Tuesday, they'll make a formal announcement.
Okay. All right, Bobby Carpenter, follow him at BCarp3 here on Sirius XM CM on Outkick. Bobby, thank you for the time. We greatly appreciate it. All right. Bobby with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Rockstar, have you ever seen the movie Crimson Tide?
Yes.
You have the con.
Yeah, that's where Dunaway got you have the con. The whole premise behind the movie Crimson Tide is they're a nuclear sub. They don't know if the world is at nuclear war, and they got to decide whether or not to fire their missiles. And
because they got an alert.
Because they got an alert, but it keeps getting cut off at the most important time. Much like that phone call right there. A lot like that. So Bobby, and I'm surprised by this now that he's saying he thinks Oregon and Washington announced by next week they're also coming.
Yeah, several well-connected insiders said last night that the Big Ten's offer did not include any other Pac-12 teams. Mm-hmm. No Oregon, no Washington. But, maybe that was for the time being. By the time we come back from the holiday, maybe it's different.
That would be very, very interesting. And to Bobby's point, apparently there are ways they can get out without paying any sort of exit fee because of the TV deals that Larry Scott screwed up. That would be fascinating. And I want to go back at that point and answer every Four Downs question differently, if you don't mind. Because if Oregon and Washington bolt, the Pac-12 is the one dying. You can go ahead and plan the funeral at that point.
Yeah, well, Bobby made a great point, one of our great listeners. He says, just with the way the Pac-12 has been poorly managed, if I was the Big 12, I would go and raid the Pac-12 instead of the Pac-12 trying to raid the Big 12.
I would too. The difference is, so I guess your competition would be, am I holding out for the bigger deal? Because if I go to the Big 12, I don't get as good a deal as the Big 10 or the SEC, right? There's no way. Is there a chance I can get one of those boats, or do I need to take the boat, the lifeboat of the Big 12? That's the decision you would have to make if you're Oregon and Washington or anyone else out there.
That's right.
Yeah, and can I try to get on the cruise ship, or do I definitely need to get on the lifeboat? Because if the cruise ship doesn't take me, I'm sinking in the ocean.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon and Washington's the only remaining good parts, in my opinion. I don't care about the Arizonas. They're a late add to the old Pac anyway. They used to be something else. It was Pac-8 until Arizona and Arizona State joined. Oregon and Washington are the last remaining good parts of the Pac-12. If they go to the Big Ten, then I don't think there's anything else left out there I would care about.
No, I mean, Stanford's a good school, and they've had some moments, but outside of some baseball, some golf, some basketball, occasionally good in football.
I mean, this is all driven by football.
Yes.
Everyone keeps pointing out, I think it was Bobby and several others again, Kansas basketball is so good. It is.
It's fantastic.
It is. But the people that are making these decisions make all their money off of football, and the NCAA doesn't make anything off of football. They make all their money off the NCAA basketball tournament, which is a different thing to look at, and we'll do that after Brown tells us about our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, the look ahead to what this world may look like, presented to you by Michelson Laser Vision. Find out if LASIK is right for you by calling Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100, or michelsonlaservision.com, and set up an evaluation there. Dr. Mark and Jennifer Michelson are pioneers in this field, and in fact, Dr. Jennifer Michelson talked with me. I've got astigmatism. I'm really good up close. My distance vision is a little bit blurry. I discussed it with her. She said, I just don't know that it can fix you. So she suggested I not go through with it. It's not some money grab. They want you to do the right thing for you. But when it is right for you, it is life-changing. LASIK surgery with Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com. Make sure to tell them the next round sent you.
If I ask the question, who turns their lights out first, the Pac-12, the Big 12, or the NCAA, I would say it depends on what the Big Ten and the SEC wants to do about basketball, Brandon.
Well, I mean,
because as we point out all the time, the NCAA's biggest moneymaker is the NCAA basketball tournament. And as much as we love Cinderellas and the non-football playing schools, if the Big Ten and the SEC decided to use that as a bargaining chip, they can make the NCAA do whatever they want to do. Because if they say, okay, we're going to have our own basketball tournament for our two super leagues, and that'll be our national championship.
It'd be a much worse tournament, but you would control all the money on it.
Yeah, it wouldn't have the same nuance as the other one, but you would take away a lot of their money, and you would get
and theirs would go out of business. And at some point, those smaller schools would have to say, how can we participate? Right?
That's right.
We'll take a lesser cut, but we still want to participate.
So the power belongs to
the power schools.
Acting Big Ten Commissioner Gene Smith, and to Greg Sankey.
No, you're absolutely right about all of that, and that's why Kansas. When all of this started when, and it was Aaron that brought this up. Texas potentially going to the Pac-12. That's what got all this ball rolling. It's how Texas A&M and Missouri ended up in the SEC.
That's right, because for those that don't remember, just like they came to the SEC, Texas and Oklahoma were tied together, and they were going to go to the Pac-12.
That's
and
right.
that was the first super conference move that was going to be made, Texas and Oklahoma to the Pac-12.
And the way the Big 12 saved that was they gave them a bigger cut of the pie than the rest of the Big 12. Texas got a bigger cut. Oklahoma got a little bit of a bigger cut than the rest of the conference. That's how they saved that. And how did that work out for them?
They saved it also by using the Oklahoma state government,
right,
where Oklahoma could not go without Oklahoma State.
Right.
And the Pac-12 had no interest in Oklahoma State. They only wanted Oklahoma, so that shut it down. But that's when Texas A&M realized, well, we've got to do something, because
our state government is not going to do the same thing for us.
Because
right.
Texas and Oklahoma were about to go to the Pac-12. That's when Texas A&M reached out to the SEC and said, hey, what do you think?
And that has, to me, been a great ad. I still have never liked the ad of Missouri. I wish we could go undo that right now.
I was that day one, remember?
I think
never
have
liked it.
Yeah, a lot of people like Missouri. Really? That's the best? That's the best that there is? I wish back then we had just gone ahead and done Texas A&M, Oklahoma State, be done with it. In hindsight, and listen, I'm not being critical because this is really easy for me to say. It's much harder to do.
Right.
And I'm operating with hindsight.
Yeah, you're just playing the game. What's it where you roll the dice and I have armies all over a map?
Risk.
Yeah,
Risk.
you're just playing a game of Risk.
I'm playing college football Risk.
And it's a lot easier to do.
Yeah, but in hindsight, back then, had you just gone Texas A&M, Oklahoma State, you're much better off now than having Missouri as part of this.
By the
You're
way,
the same, and you're taking away Missouri, adding Oak State.
We do these crazy TikTok videos occasionally.
Right.
I had two ideas. One of them was the risk, but I had another one. I had an ad for a video game, and I saved it here. It is Conflicts of Nations, and it's like you pick places where your nation's nuclear bomb other nations. So I thought we could do a spoof of like the SEC like bombing, sending nuclear missiles to Eugene, Oregon,
right,
and places like that.
Work on that one, Lester.
I'll show you the video. I thought it would be pretty funny. Bobby pointing out Bobby Carpenter wasn't the first Bobby on the show to mention Oregon and Washington would be the next to go.
No. I think Bobby did.
So you think Oregon and Washington? He says next week the announcement.
I'm surprised by that, but if that happens, I mean, how does the Pac-12 survive that one?
UAB will preview them in our 40 and 40 countdown coming up in the next segment, and Rockstar's viewing menu. All that is straight ahead. The show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. A lot is changing in college football. Something never changes here in the Birmingham market. That's where you go to get the best diamond. It's been that way now for 100 years.
That's a long time, man. Back when conferences looked different, right?
Yes.
100 years ago.
Yes.
Since 1836, Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds and jewelry timepieces, also gifts. They are one of Birmingham's biggest bride registries, so go see that at Bromberg's. Two great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and always online, brombergs.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490, stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslock.com.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Our next guest will be Auburn tight end, all-purpose player, John Samuel Shenker. He'll be with us at 11 o'clock, top of the hour, to start the second half hour of the show. And Bruce Feldman will join us from Los Angeles, Big Ten country, to talk to us about all the moves and the changing landscape. And we'll get Bruce to react on what Bobby Carpenter just told us, that he thinks an announcement on Oregon and Washington to the Big Ten could come as early as Tuesday, coming out of the Independence Day weekend. That would blow my mind. It really would.
Yeah, mine too. I don't mind saying it.
I don't know how much Oregon and Washington brings to the table.
I mean, it's new money in Oregon. Washington's had minutes of success. I mean, Aaron Suttles was right earlier when he said, name me now the traditional football power that's not part of the SEC or the Big Ten.
It's Notre Dame.
It's Notre Dame. I mean, I could not think of. I've spent the rest of the time since talking to Aaron trying to think of another one. There isn't. There's some new money out there. Oregon, Miami, Clemson's a little bit of new money. There's some new money out there, but if you're just looking for the blue blood, we know this program is going to be a long-term winning program because their history tells me that. They're either in the SEC or the Big Ten.
Speaking of a winning tradition, UAB has one now. Let's do our 40 in 40 countdown. We're at number 39 today. Brownie, it is brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
And that is very fitting that Baumhauer's brings it to us because it's their 40-year anniversary. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Our buddy Bob Baumhauer still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. I was actually in the Vestavia location Sunday and got that Bam Bam chicken. That's what you want when you're there, that Bam Bam chicken, Jim. Fantastic. Go see it at any local Baumhauer's, baumhauers.com.
Number 39. The UAB Blazers, they come in. Votes were in before the Bill Clark coaching change, but Brian Vincent brings a lot of continuity, especially on offense, where they are looking to improve with a host of quarterbacks back there, including Jacob Zeno, who comes in from Baylor.
Yeah, the Baylor transfer, as Brian Vincent talked about, it's probably the deepest quarterback class he's ever been a part of. He was on the show and said that yesterday. Jacob Zeno, Dylan Hopkins, Bryson Lucero, you've got a lot of options there. At times last year, those options limited you some, though, to be honest with you. So you wonder if the new blood in Jacob Zeno is the guy that eventually wins this job.
The one guy that's made every quarterback look good over the last couple of years has been Trey Shropshire.
It's a tough one, Jim.
He is the guy that makes all the big catches when you have to have one.
Fantastic wide receiver, Trey Shropshire, who will be back for UAB this year, playing his senior season. The Blaine Community College transfer was one of the best receivers in that conference last year and ended up, whoever was playing that quarterback spot, being the go-to guy there.
UAB's at number 39 with a lot of star power on offense. including at running back, where we saw a star McBride ran over 13th ranked BYU in the bowl game. He was dominating.
That has been kind of, we talk about this with Wisconsin, and UAB hasn't done it to that level yet, but it feels like you can always just count on UAB being solid at running back, can't you? And I think Dwayne McBride is that guy you would look at this year behind an offensive line with the quarterbacks we talked about. I think Dwayne McBride can have a good year.
Another year of having a top 20 defense in total defense, UAB number 16 last year, and they have a secondary on the back end that has a lot of NFL talent. This UAB team, again, a betting favorite to contend for a Conference USA championship.
They are, and there are a lot of things you worry about in losing a head coach and going to an interim situation. One of the things that I think UAB fans might be a little bit worried about is that was Bill Clark's side of the ball. Brian Vincent played an offense that fit in with their defense. Bill Clark is a defensive guy. It's what he's always coached. So you hope that's where you don't notice the slip, right? Because that has been their calling card since Bill Clark has been there.
That's the Baumhauer's 40 and 40 today, number 39, UAB.
Hey, 40 years there with Baumhauer's. Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of buffalo wings back in 1981. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Go find a great Baumhauer's near you. Baumhauer's, Victory Grill, Baumhauers.com.
Rockstar cut number 2. When we talked to Brian Vincent earlier this week, one thing jumped out. His relationship a little bit closer to Bill Clark than I even thought it was. And you hear this answer right here, and you get the sense that Brian Vincent's not just coaching for this job permanently. He's coaching to sort of defend the legacy of Bill Clark. Here's Brian Vincent.
Bill Clark recommending me to be the interim head coach, to follow him, is the compliment of a lifetime. Coach Clark and his family are family to me. We built this program on family. One of the core components of this program is based off family. So this is a big deal to me. This is a responsibility and a privilege that I do not take lightly. Every day I wake up and I hit the ground running, I'm going to be doing that to make sure I make Coach Clark proud.
That's Brian Vincent, and that's our 40 and 40 countdown with the UAB Blazers today at number 39.
Yeah, I think David Reeves, as the defensive coordinator, there's a ton of pressure on him. As the head coach, also Brian Vincent, though, this is a guy that's been calling plays. And, if you're going to be the interim head coach and take on all that responsibility, how much play calling do you have to, hand off to Larry Smith or someone like that, right? There's just, there's so much so many moving parts here, it feels like. And you just wonder, without that connective tissue of Bill Clark, how all of that is able to stay on track. The good news is you listen to that interview we did yesterday. Bill Clark might say he's retired from that program, but his impact isn't not still felt there. He is still very much involved. As Coach Vincent said right before he came on with us yesterday, he'd spent an hour on the phone with Bill Clark talking about the day. So, I think he's still going to be very much involved in this.
All very interesting. Looking forward to UAB when they open up the season with Alabama A&M at Protective Stadium on that Thursday night. You guys are reacting to the changing landscape of college athletics. We'll get all your comments off of our social media platform, including Twitter and Instagram at Next Round Live, and over in the chat room there. We'll get to you guys coming up in the next segment, and then talk Auburn football at the top of the hour with John Samuel Shenker. But right now, it is time for the viewing menu. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. What is Rockstar watching tonight and over the weekend? I'll tell you first, though, before we get into that. LT, we're all sampling, rewatching Mad Men, and he played up season 3, episode 6.
But he said it was the best episode, yeah.
I thought it was I was expecting a ground-breaking episode,
right?
Right?
Underwhelmed. Newsflash, yeah.
It's one unbelievable scene, and by unbelievable, there's no way it happens.
So you have to suspend reality, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Suspend disbelief?
Just no way it happens.
Okay.
I don't want to ruin it until you go watch it.
Please do not. I'll let you know when I'm there.
See, I was the same way with The Lord of the Rings when he throws it in Mount Doom. He could not have made that by himself.
Yes. Or Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
But I was expecting to be some, crazy something
like
that's
start to finish just blew you away.
Right, or that it was going to change, something was going to happen, it was going to change the landscape of the show the rest of the way through.
Yeah, not so.
Change characters, lose a main character to death or something.
Not so. Okay. So Lance oversold it and Dunaway underwhelmed. Add that to the list of the Dunaway underwhelmed, the Boomer Schooner, the Great Midwest Arch, and season 3, episode 6, Mad Men.
Oh, Graceland.
Graceland.
Oh no, there's a lot of them, right? So I was
Yeah.
just gonna whittle the list down a little bit for sake of time.
Did you go 30 Rock, the tree at 30 Rock, Christmas tree
the
at 30?
Christmas tree at 30 Rock, yes.
Yeah, underwhelmed.
Yes. Oh, that's the real. Okay. All right. I thought
Christmas
they
branch.
Yep.
thought they had a Christmas tree here.
The big dam in Nevada, which one? Hoover?
Hoover Dam.
Hoover Dam.
You were underwhelmed by that. I mean, it's just holding back water. I mean,
Not even a lot of water anymore, technically.
No. It's a little bit of a drought.
New Life Art brings you the memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for more than 40 years. They've got that NIL deal with Bryce Young. Get an autographed Daniel A. Moore print, autographed by Bryce Young. 800-735-2787. DanielMooreArt.com. Real quick, I don't know that we've even addressed why Lance isn't here, and people have asked us in the chat room. He went to the Joan Jett, Poison, Motley Crue, Def Leppard concert at Nissan Stadium in Nashville last night. Unfortunately, Bret Michaels ended up in the hospital.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Poison did not play last night, which I honestly think of those 4, that was the one I would most want to see is Poison.
Oh, no. Def Leppard and Motley Crue for me.
Yeah, I would most want to see Poison.
So did he make a response about it? Was Lance a little upset about it?
Oh, no, I think he was more interested in Def Leppard.
Did he stay for the entire concert?
That is very unlikely.
Well, Def Leppard went last, so I bet he did.
Yeah.
You can follow Lance's adventures on social media as well. He is he's being punished again.
It's like we've said another punishment, yeah.
Streaming, if you guys want to watch Mad Men, it is madly popular with the next round right now. So wherever you can find that.
It's wild, isn't
where
it?
do y'all guys watch
Prime
it?
Video for me.
I watch
Prime
it on
Video.
Amazon Prime, but you have to watch it with weird commercials.
Yeah,
that-
freebie commercials.
Freebie,
Used to
freebie
be
TV?
IMDb.
Yeah, they've changed it to freebie now. But the problem is, Rockstar, like Mad Men aired on television, so there are natural breaks where you can put a commercial in. They don't do it that way.
No.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
They gotta
It's
get
just-
you. They get your attention.
Well, it's just like Don Draper says, I'll tell you one thing, freebie. And I'm like, oh, come on.
Well,
I'm okay with commercials, obviously.
9 p.m. on CMT, you got Son-in-Law, the Pauly Shore classic.
Very country right there.
But I had to put this into the opening in theaters tonight is The Forgiven. You guys see
Not the Unforgiven.
Not the Unforgiven.
The Forgiven.
These are the other Cowboys.
Is this the prequel?
We forgive these.
The prequel?
Stars Ray Fiennes and Jessica Chastain. Two things. The reason I put it in there is I like Jessica Chastain.
Okay.
But they play a couple that they're on vacation in Morocco, and he gets a little tipsy, and they hit a little Moroccan boy, and they have to go through the family, and everything. All this chaos ensues and everything about how they're going to clean this up. But what got me is they play the characters David and Joe Henniger.
Oh, how about
Yeah.
that? Your name making it in there, huh?
Yeah, so I'm probably going to see it a couple times this weekend just for that, to have that recording of them saying that.
We need to. Need to call our dad. Get his legal advice.
Yeah, I
here
think
in
they're a
Morocco.
married couple, but yeah.
A married couple.
Yeah.
Superior Thruster says the old man is underwhelming. It is so slow.
Oh man, I was told last night at dinner the old man by a guy who usually has very different taste than LT, who said the old man's amazing. My buddy John.
Oh, yeah?
Who I
What
play golf
about-
with. He said it's amazing. He goes, it could end up being better than Ozark for me, is what he
Wow.
What about the Ultimate Fusion, the old Mad Men?
said.
There's one of those, Freddie Rumsen. He's kind of older.
Okay.
John Sterling, Mr. Cooper.
Okay.
Did you watch Mad Men,
No,
Rockstar?
I have not seen Mad Men.
Roger Sterling.
Well, I'm learning why I turned it off, to be honest with you. I'm 6 episodes into season 3.
Done away.
I watched the first 2 years and then dropped out when they went to California in season 2, I guess, is when it was. And
When the
I'm
cast goes
watching
to
it.
Hawaii and they bring the new kid in for the ratings.
I'm watching it, I'm like, okay, that was good. That was good. And then last night I was like, we're
See-
losing one of my favorite characters unless she comes back.
Well, easy now. So
There's a lot of girls in that show.
TV, there are. TV shows and restaurants are two things I just don't pay any attention to his thoughts on. None. TV shows and restaurants.
Mike says, I saw The Crew in Atlanta. Awful. Listen, I've seen Motley Crue for 13 times over the years.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You've seen Motley Crue that many
Yeah,
times?
we used to go. It was a guy trip every year. We'd
Yeah.
go see him somewhere every year.
Vince is losing his voice a little bit. Him and Axel.
Yeah.
So
I've
you
seen
don't-
Motley Crue more than I've seen the Buccaneers.
You don't see a fall off in their performance?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you've seen it too.
Oh, yeah. But
Okay.
that doesn't make me not like watching them, you know? I mean, I'll go back to Auburn football. You guys are still going to go to Jordan-Hare Stadium. This isn't Pat Dye's Auburn Tigers anymore.
I mean, I guess that's a good comparison.
It's a basketball school.
Yeah, that's what Dunaway said.
I mean, I go watch. What do I go watch? I mean, this Alabama softball team this year wasn't typical Alabama softball, but I went and watched Montana and them play.
Yeah.
I mean, you go keep watching things, right?
I saw her 999th millionth pitch.
I mean, I've never seen like enough singular concerts by one musician or one group to have that experience.
Yeah, I think
most of the time, if I see them one time, I might go see them again.
I've seen Motley Crue, I'm going to say over the years, 13 times.
Like I can think of, I'd go see Garth.
There are people that have seen Widespread Panic.
Oh, no
500,
telling
600
I had a
times.
buddy that went off the grid and followed them.
Wow.
Or maybe that was the Grateful Dead. It was one of the two. But he went off the grid for like 6 months and followed them straight out of college.
I love Pearl Jam, but 3 shows is enough for me.
You've seen them 3 times.
No, I'm just like if I went 3 to one tour, like okay, that's enough. I'm not going to do.
How many times have you seen them? Do you think?
I think I've seen them 8 times.
Yeah. Buffett 5 times for me.
Oh, I'd go see
Widespread twice.
I'd go see Garth again in a heartbeat. That was a fantastic concert.
Patrick has seen Dave Matthews 49 times.
49?
Excuse me, not Dave Matthews. Dave Matthews Band 49 times.
DMB.
Dave, you're at Hardee's. 48.
40? When y'all doing another concert? Do you, I mean, how much do the shows differ if you've seen them 49 times, though?
Well, they changed it. They were kind
Why
of
do they
changed the set list so
I
many
got
times,
that,
but they're not like some bands. Like I'm sure Motley Crue has the same set list every night. I'm guessing.
They're so old. That's all they can remember.
Like Journey, same set list, but like bands like Widespread, they change it every single time.
Journey 3 times.
Never with Steve Perry, though, right?
Never with Steve Perry. I don't even know who he is. Was he good?
Yeah.
It's all right.
I'm joking, Tyler.
They went
I
their
know
separate
Steve
ways.
Perry is.
Oh, jeez.
They were not faithful to him.
Okay.
He would have come back with open arms, though.
Taylor Swift 3 times.
I think, honest to goodness, I saw Alabama multiple times.
Me too, 3 times.
I've seen. Dunaway seen them all 3 times. Elvis Presley 3 times.
Never saw it.
I saw James Taylor 3 or 4 times. We used to always go when James Taylor would come to Old Man Amphitheater.
Never seen him.
He's good.
Those are supposed to be rocking concerts, aren't they? Like it's supposed to be chaos at a James Taylor show.
Do you know who I have seen for the multiple times? My wife.
I've seen Kiss 5 times.
My wife loves, what's that band? I always
Slipknot.
have to ask you. It's not Slipknot. My wife loves
Death Punch.
Five Finger
Death Punch. Hey, does Tyler like them? He likes heavy metal. Do you like Five Finger Death Punch? No?
They're all right.
No?
They're all
You
right.
gave me a no and a yes. I'm confused, Tyler. Oh, what's the name of that group that my wife likes, Dunaway? I ask you because you probably like them too. It's the husband and wife. She's Gloria Summers' daughter.
Oh, it's yeah. Hold on.
I'm going to see him again, and this will be multiple times I've
Johnny
seen him.
Swim.
Johnny Swim, yeah. My wife loves them.
That is a very deceiving name. Johnny Swim makes me think it's a kid's show.
Johnny Swim. No, it's a band. It's a husband and wife. They're really good. It's
They
just,
are, yeah.
my wife loves their music, and I love that my wife loves it.
It's Donna Summers.
I thought it was Gloria Gaynor.
No, I think it's Donna Summers.
Okay, Donna Summers' daughter. So anyway, I will have seen them multiple times after the end of July.
I've seen them twice.
Mm-hmm.
Did you just follow Brown? I mean, I don't know. Like, are you on Brown's shoulders?
Milkman asked if I've ever seen Toby Mac. I'm not, to my knowledge, have I seen Toby Mac? I might have seen DC Talk back in the day when he led them, but I don't think I've seen him. Need to Breathe. I've seen them multiple times.
Mark says, how do you go to Taylor Swift without feeling like a creepy old man? Well, I go with my daughter. I take her to see it.
Yes.
Different seats, different sections.
She does not like
See
them.
you at the end of the show. I'm over here.
I'm with the Swifties. Woo!
She was 11, 13, and 15, so somebody had to drive. All right.
Mike says easy done away with the Auburn football Motley Crue comparison. That's a bridge too far for him.
It was just a joke. Just a joke. All right. When we come back, we'll jump back into the conversation about USC and UCLA, a couple of different angles we'll take with that. And then we'll talk a little Auburn football with John Samuel Shenker coming up at the top of the hour. Part of the show being brought to you by Willie's Pressure Washing. Forrester's going to pull up some video here of what they actually did on LT's driveway and out by his pool. And I'm telling you, it just changes the way your house looks. Doesn't look dingy and grimy anymore.
If you need to get your home business or your financial investment looking brand new again, you need to call Willie. And, well, Willie's a dog. Don't call Willie. Willie's Pressure Washing is who you need to call.
Arf, arf,
arf.
Dog noises, dog noises.
I think he said they're free. I don't know. You'll need to.
How much do we play? How much do we pay, Willie? Ruff, 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 ruff.
You need to call the gang at Willie's Pressure Washing. They are able to offer a variety of power and soft washing options tailored to your unique needs, residential, commercial spaces, industrial equipment, and beyond. Heck, Willie may answer the phone. I don't know. He's a good dog. 205-963-2000, 205-963-2000. You'll know it's the next round that sent you when they answer the phone and say, hey, is Willie around? Brownie told me to call Willie.
What kind of washing do they have? Did you say soft washing?
Yeah.
Yeah, soft washing. They're not what, Willie? Rough, rough.
Yeesh. Awful.
Back in a moment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Show being brought to you today by our friends at the University of Montevallo. This is HydroLife here, by the way. We're gonna tell you about HydroLife in a second. You can't do it while I'm talking though, because I'll throw up or something.
Well, you want me to do HydroLife therapy, and then while he's doing that,
let me do Montevallo. Let me do Montevallo,
okay.
And then we'll get into this.
All right.
Our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school where they won't be afraid of needles like I am, go to Montevallo, the University of Montevallo. Great place, montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour. Now's a great time to start looking. If you got a rising senior, take a tour right now, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Go ahead, Brown, talk.
So we will continue discussing everything involving the new conference realignments. Bruce Feldman is going to join us coming up at noon. If you're watching us live, John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end, will join us at the top of the next hour. We'll talk some Auburn football with him and get back to your phone calls as well, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. And in talks with some people in the Southeastern Conference, I mentioned, I just looked at Dunaway. I know he had his hat over his face. His HydroLife is, I mean, my gosh, Dunaway. He's not cutting your arm off. He's just putting an RV in.
RV.
I mean, an IV, excuse me.
My God. Cousin Eddie.
Excuse me, he's putting an IV in.
My God, that needle's the size of a Bowie knife.
I've never.
It's not even in yet.
That's what she said.
I think he missed. So Dunaway's getting his IV from HydroLife. We'll tell you more about HydroLife in just a little bit.
One thing I forgot to mention for viewing menu. How about this?
For the
Stranger
viewing menu?
Things.
Stranger Things?
Stranger Things.
Is this the final season?
No, this is the final part
episode
of the final, the season 4, the final
I'm
episodes.
confused by that. So is season 4 the final season?
The new thing, no, like Ozark, where you split it up in 2 parts.
Okay, so it's the first half of the final
Saul's
season.
doing the same thing, where they just do 2 halves of a season.
So is this the final season?
No, so Mad Men is a story about these guys.
You asked Lunsford. He's trying to tell you.
But I've said it 7 times.
But then you said they're splitting it up.
They're splitting it up. This is not the last season. They're splitting up the 4th season. This is the second part of the 4th season. This is not the last season. Not the last season. Tune in Mad Men Prime Video.
You don't have to be a smart aleck about it. I was just asking.
I think it's the last season. Is it the last season? No, it is the 4th season.
All right. Okay. Anyway, we will discuss Auburn football with John Samuel Shenker. I mentioned earlier when I was talking to Aaron Suttles Dunaway that one of the teams that I heard a lot when talking to people about SEC expansion was Arizona State. And Aaron said he had heard the same thing. Now,
Arizona State.
I mentioned that to Aaron, and it has come up a lot.
I was just repeating something so I could get back into the conversation.
It has come up a lot. What would be your feel on Arizona State at the Southeastern Conference? Because I don't honestly.
I have no desire.
I don't either. And let me say, I don't think it's going to happen. I think it is more likely going to be an ACC squad. And I'm just not sure about North Carolina. I wish I could do 4 downs over again because I'd answer almost everything differently. Give me first down.
I forget which way I was going to go. I don't know what order I went in. North Carolina, I said Big Ten.
I'll go Big Ten now.
Okay.
No longer SEC for me.
Oregon, I said I didn't give an answer. You said they'd stay in the Pac-12.
Yeah, obviously Big Ten now, based on our conversation with Bobby Carpenter. All right, who else did you have on there?
We got to do it again? Nope.
No,
you're great.
HydroLive here in studio.
Yeah.
No, you're great.
Fantastic.
You're
Thank
great.
you.
Louisville. I don't know about Louisville, but it sounds like the Big Ten's getting full now with Oregon and Washington.
Yeah. I would like Louisville in the SEC.
Southeastern
Would anyone else like Louisville in the SEC?
Louisville's travel-wise fairly easy to get to. Papa John's Stadium seems nice enough. It's right off the interstate, easy to get in and out of there. Would you be excited about the Louisville-Kentucky basketball game?
Oh, yeah.
Twice, being a conference game, maybe meeting the conference tournament?
Oh, I think it'd be fantastic to to have Alabama and Auburn play basketball at Louisville, have Louisville come to town. That would excite me. I'd like Louisville.
Yeah.
But football-wise, I mean, it's a pretty good little football program. It hadn't been recently, but it's a fun stadium, easy drive to get to. That's really what I'm thinking about as fans. I mean, us going to Texas and Oklahoma, that's a tough road trip. I mean, a Louisville trip for baseball, basketball, or football is an easy trip for traditional SEC fans. I think that'd be a good trip.
And let me say one more thing about this before we get to the top of the hour, is you've got to remember the SEC is going to piss some people off in their conference with these moves either way, right?
Yeah, that old you can have a veto, that needs to be done away with.
I don't disagree with you, but here's what I was going to say. They are more likely to piss off a new member than a founding member. So keep that in mind when you start looking at who might come in here.
Okay, so newer member is South Carolina.
So a newer member was Texas A&M.
Yeah,
right?
Clemson, could come in and South Carolina. I understand.
But if Florida State was talked about and Florida didn't want any part of it, they are far less likely to piss off
Louisville and Kentucky.
That's right, a founding member than they are a new member. All right, Hydra Live in studio here.
Love these guys.
The high C, is that what we're getting is the high C? The high C, it is vitamin C, what's going to reduce stress. That's good for you, Jim. It's good for your stress. Plays an essential role in collagen growth. You're getting more collagen out of this, Jim.
Oh, my skin feels fantastic.
Yes, its antioxidant properties have also been shown to help protect and fight UV damage on your skin. You're about to go play golf. This is going to help. I mean, it's like this is tailor-made for you. Hydra Live. You can see more at hydralifetherapy.com. 7 days a week, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and a new Birmingham location in Greystone, the corner of 119 and Douglas MacArthur. Right there in the Greystone area. If you can't make it to Hydra Live, a nurse can come to you. See more at hydralifetherapy.com.
Bobby says he stopped counting his Dave Matthews Band trips at number 57. So
wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, follow these bands around. It's fantastic. So, too, is Auburn football's John Samuel Shenker. He's scheduled to be with us next on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated number 1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. 476. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here for the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're about to talk a little Auburn football with one of their stars in just a second, but our hour in the 11 o'clock hour number 3, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. They'll bring you the headlines as well. We're talking about Champy's Chicken, Sterling and the crew on Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch right now, dinner tonight. Any of your tailgating needs during the football season, you can get it from Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. They've got the Mississippi Delta tamales, the wonderful chicken plates, chicken sandwiches, po' boys that'll make your mouth water there, all the sides, and the specialty desserts at champyschicken.com. Everyone reacting to the Big Ten that did vote in USC and UCLA last night for the 2024 season. Apple has, the streaming service has come back to the negotiating table now with the addition of USC and UCLA in the Big Ten media rights battle. More on that later on. Kevin Durant has requested a trade less than 24 hours from the Nets after Kyrie Irving recommits with them. And we've got the USFL Championship game happening this weekend, 6:30 on Fox Sunday night. Stallions and the Stars. Those are your headlines.
All right, John Samuel Shenker joins us now, the Auburn tight end on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Probably wondering why I am taking an IV while doing this interview. Hydra Live, one of our sponsors here. John Samuel Shenker, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, how are y'all doing? Great to be here. I'm excited.
Yeah, we're doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I mean, summer is one of those times where you guys never take off. I mean, I know you're probably running routes for quarterbacks, working out. Does the summer feel like any time off for you guys? I mean, does it feel like you at least get a little bit of a break from football?
You get a little bit because obviously you get the weekends off and you get time to kind of decompress from the week. But you know, it is football to an extent, but you're not overwhelmed with it. So it's really just lifting, getting your body to feel good, and getting in shape so that once we get to camp, we're ready to go. So I think guys enjoy it because it's quiet on campus too. So there's not a ton of things going on, so you can kind of relax on your downtime.
We can see your wrist in the shot there. Is that what are those called, a whoop bracelet? I've never known how to pronounce that. I know it's big in the golf world. What does that do for you? Does everybody on the team have one of those?
I think like 60 guys got one. It tracks your sleep, your activity throughout the day, how much you strain. and the quality of sleep that you get. That's mainly what I use it for, is my quality of sleep. It's pretty accurate. So it'll give you a percentage based on how much you slept, your heart rate during your sleep, and things like that. And it gives you REM sleep, which is like deep, and then it'll give you light sleep as well. It's got a lot of little things that are pretty cool. So I like to study it. And it gives some info for our strength staff to also look at and see after a long day of work how a guy is recovering and things like that.
Okay, I'm going to put the REM sleep last night for John at 4.5, over under 4.5. Hold your answer.
4.5 what?
4.5 hours.
Oh, 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
I think I'll go. He's a college athlete. They're working out. He's kind of tired. It's summer. He didn't have to study a ton. I'll go over 4.5. I think he had a good night's sleep.
I'm going to say under. He likes to fish. He got up early today to fish.
Ooh,
I'm going to say under 4.5. How did you check out? What is it?
It's under today.
Oh.
It was. We had 6 a.m. Lift this morning, so I think I got like 6.5 hours, but not 4.5 hours of REM. I wish I got 4.5 hours of REM.
I mean, what's good? I don't even know what's good. What's good? I try to sleep. I try to get my full 8 hours. What's good REM sleep?
REM, you don't want to stay in REM forever. So anywhere from 3 to 4 is typically pretty good. If you get 6 to 7 hours, you typically 3 to 4 is a good range to be in REM sleep. Because the first few hours when you go to sleep, it's not REM. Obviously, that's pretty light. But once you get into the wee hours of the night, that's normally when it kicks in. So if you can go to bed by 10, you're probably in REM sleep about 12, 1 o'clock for the next few hours.
That's when you get your most vivid dreams, too, is in REM sleep.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yep.
When you get to be my age, John, man, it's a lot of REM sleep, but you don't want to stay in it forever. You want to wake up.
Do you remember your dreams, though? No, I mean, we talk about dreams on the show and what they mean all the time. Do you have a recurring dream?
No, I don't remember mine very well. You can there's very rare times when I can remember what my dream is about. It's normally something random. Obviously, once we get into the season, it's normally about football. But right now, it's pretty random, all over the place.
I want you to compare this summer to last summer. Okay, you Bo Nix was your starter last year going into the season. So I would imagine you had, workouts on your own time when you were catching a lot of throws from Bo Nix. Now it seems like you have a large quarterback competition going on in a huge quarterback room. Does your phone ring all the time? Do you get text messages? Hey, can you meet me at the field? I want to throw at 11 today. Hey, can you meet me at the field? I want to throw at 1 today. Or is it organized where you're all there throwing at the same time?
Yeah, that could have been a big issue for us, but the quarterbacks, they've been great through all this with the competition. And so we always meet at the same time because there's no reason, if one guy throws at 11, most of the guys will be there. They're not going to come back and run routes again 2 hours later. So anytime that we throw, we make sure all the quarterbacks that are throwing that day are there. Just it makes it easier for everybody, and it deletes that issue that could arise as teammates as well. And that just creates less friction within the guys. And we also get the same amount of work. So we typically throw all together.
Now, you sort of exploded on the scene last year. Do you feel like your life changed a little bit on campus? More recognizable? Or because you wear a helmet and pads on the weekend, can you still walk around campus and people don't really know who you are?
A little bit of both. Definitely more recognizable for a change, but still I don't get like a ton of recognition, but I'll have people that'll come up to me and say great game and stuff like after the game the last week. So I get a little bit of that, but I also have a brother who's in a fraternity, so all of his fraternity buddies get my jersey and stuff, and it's pretty fun to be with those guys too. So but most of the time it's pretty low key. I try to stay low key as possible and just focus on what I'm doing.
John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end, is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You were a two-sport star at Auburn, though. I mean, you were playing baseball until Sonny DeShera showed up. Do you know? do you have any sort of relationship with him now?
No, not really. I've stopped by every now and then at the baseball field and watched their practice, but very minimal contact with Sonny. Obviously, he's a great player, and I'm glad. I'm not glad I wasn't there because I would have been in Omaha, but I'm glad that I think I left at the right time because that guy is really, really good at baseball. So, but he was a lot of fun to watch throughout this year.
Now, if you don't follow Auburn football, you played for Rush Propst back in high school. Rush, very popular in this area. He coached at Hoover for a long, long time. How fun was he to play for in high school? Did you enjoy your time there? I mean, there was a guy back in the day who was one of the more creative offensive minds. What did you think of playing for Rush back in the day?
I loved playing for Coach Probst. Obviously, he had some issues in his past, but he was very open to that with his players and his coaches. And everybody that played for Coach Probst loved him. I mean, everybody would die for the guy. And I think that's part of why he was so successful in doing what he did is he was able to bring the best out of players and be honest and upfront with those guys about his story. And maybe that story could change the lives of his players in the future and, not doing things a certain way like he did in Hoover. But I still keep in contact with him to this day. He'll hit up my phone every now and then. He was a big part of me. When I decided to come back, I would talk to him a lot about it, what his thoughts were. So I've got a lot of respect for Coach Probst.
All right, some questions for you here personally. More golf or fishing? Your bio says you love both golf and fishing. Which one do you love more?
Cool. I think fishing, just because I can compete a little bit more than, especially with the tight ends. We are a big fishing crew. So I think we went a few weeks ago. Me and Brandon Frazier, we got to go out there and compete a little bit. And golf can be great, but it can be really hot. And you get it on an 18-hole course, it can be a long day. So I would say fishing probably, but it can change daily.
What's your career low in golf? What's the best round you've ever shot?
80. Now
okay.
I couldn't break the 79.
Oh, come on.
That was a few years ago, but
yeah,
I think that was the lowest I ever got at A Club here in Auburn.
You are wearing a T-shirt for a wood pellet grill. Are you a big griller or smoker?
Well, yeah, I got this actually through one of our NILs. It's a Traeger grill. But I do love grilling. I got it out back here. Me and Honors Carlson had the chance to work with them, and so I got some apparel along with the grill.
Oh, I like that NIL deal for a grill. Smart guy we got right here.
Brownie tells me
the gift that keeps on giving.
Yes, it is all year through.
The gift that keeps
on
on giving.
Like the Jelly of the Month Club. I was wrong about what you're about to say.
Oh, okay, I got misinformation. I thought you were already married, but you're not. Are you engaged? Are you dating?
It's coming up. Yes.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
I'm engaged. I get married in 8 days.
8 days. Are you going to the Bo Nix wedding tomorrow? Is that happening tomorrow?
I am. It is. I will be there. I'll be there for that one, and then I'll head down. I'm getting married in Tallahassee, Florida, which is where my fiance's from, and I'll head down there early next week because we're off next week for July 4th. So I'll head down there early next week, get ready for the big day.
Yeah, how about that?
I love it, man.
It's an exciting time.
Life-changing. Gets married.
It is.
The football season coming up. It's crazy. All right, John Samuel Shenker, thank you for the time. We appreciate it, and always good talking with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
All right, buddy. You take care. John Samuel Shenker, the Auburn tight end, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
We'll tell you more about HydroLive in a second as Brown is rolling through an IV bag, vitamin C, and a lot more to get ready for the weekend. If you are also getting ready for the weekend, LT's got the lock a little bit later on today that he'll send out right there at The Lance Taylor on Twitter. The Lance Taylor on Twitter. A little baseball, maybe also a little CFL action tonight. Got another CFL game this evening. I believe it's Edmonton and Hamilton. Edmonton and Hamilton, 6:30 on ESPN Plus. If you'd like to watch that, is brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill every day. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and that team fix it. They fix it right, and they fix it the first time. For your cooling, heating, and plumbing needs, call them at 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. All right, trash coming up, and then Bruce Feldman at the top of the hour. Later, Rockstar in the lounge. A lot of reaction from you guys on Twitter today about the big move going on with the Big Ten. Here are some of your thoughts that you've been sending our way. Ush says, I would love to see Oklahoma State in the SEC. Good fan base and culture, plus Stillwater is a great college town. People would love visiting there.
Yeah, I think that'd be a cool addition, especially with Oklahoma now. being in there, they would have some natural rivals with Oklahoma and Texas. It does, though it is Big 12, feel a little more like SEC. I think they bring good baseball, basketball, and football. They're a well-rounded athletics program. I would have no problem. And they're great in golf, by the way. I mean, in one of the Olympic sports, and probably women's softball, if I had to guess. Are they good in fast pitch?
Oklahoma State?
Yeah.
Oh, they were in the World Series this year.
So
Final
that's
Four.
good, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
where you want to be.
Yeah.
I would say that's a good addition.
Mark says, how about Rutgers having to fly to California for these games? And then going back and forth. We talked about Vandy being booted out of the SEC if we ever get to that point, if something like that starts happening. Do you think, does Rutgers bring really anything to the table for the Big Ten?
But let me say this about the flying and the school and all that. For a year and a half in some cases, maybe even longer, almost every one of these athletes went to school virtually. Okay?
Right.
So we've got the technology to do it. It's not as if they can't watch a virtual lecture while on the road rather than be in the actual lecture at school. So I don't see this whole academics thing. I agree with what Aaron Suttles was saying earlier. This whole academics thing, I don't see it as that big of a deal. We can do this virtually. They can take the test the way they did when they were in COVID. I don't think that's a big deal. The cost of travel, a lot of people bring up. UCLA is, I think, some $60 million in debt, according to reports. They've got some debt issues.
We've talked about that for a while.
They are about to make $30 to $50 million per year more than they would have made in the Big 12. So do you think they're really sweating an increased cost of travel to add $30 to $40 million of TV revenue to their balance book? So let's just say, and I don't even know if this is a good guess, Jim, but let's say cost of travel increases by $2 million. $2 million. That's a lot of money. They're still so much more, so much better off than they were in the Pac-12. It's not even funny, even if it's $2 million more.
The cost isn't it? It's the wear and tear.
The wear on your body?
On the student athlete.
Yeah, maybe.
Who most of them aren't getting any money other than their degree. Most of them aren't.
Well, they're not getting additional money. I mean, they got cost of attendance and things like that.
All of that. But now you're asking me to, jump a plane on a Wednesday, still do my Zooms and all of that, but you're asking me to jump a plane as a volleyball player in L.A. and go to Minnesota, land and do all the work I'm doing to get my tuition paid for.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, there are other athletes who are getting millions of dollars.
But I'll play the other side of that. Most of those teams are flying commercial right now. There is a pretty good chance a lot of those teams will travel some charters. So actually travel will get a little easier, maybe not shorter, but easier, going charter instead of commercial. So, I think there's two sides to every coin. Like the volleyball team, they may be able to charter a smaller jet now and fly to State College, Pennsylvania for the volleyball game, rather than go to the airport, sit around, fly commercial to Corvallis or to Portland, get in a bus or a van and drive to Eugene or Corvallis, right? They can charter now and fly straight into State College. Probably the same amount of time spent traveling. Maybe you're in the air a little bit longer, but maybe the wear and tear is about the same or maybe even less in that case. I mean, when you're adding $30 to $40 million to your annual revenue, you can do things a little bit differently.
Different is what it is now in college athletics, and we will talk more with Bruce Feldman about that coming up. More of your reaction over in the chat room as well as we continue. The Braves back in action tonight. The Braves losers yesterday, 14-4. They are part of a big slate in Cincinnati. Good time to get the Reds, right?
Anytime's a good time for the Reds.
So that's where the Great American Ballpark is where the Braves are tonight. You can watch that at 5:40 this afternoon on Bally Sports. That's part of our look ahead here today, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light next. That beautiful blue and white can. You'll see it on the golf course, the pool, the lake, in just about anywhere that you see people consuming great, refreshing beverages. You'll see Bud Light. Bud Light next. 0 carbs, 80 calories. Wherever you buy beer, drink responsibly. We're back in a moment right here on The Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Back with you on the Next Round. LT's up in Nashville, enjoying a little rock and roll and a holiday weekend. Hope you all are safe. Remember, Monday, we are not here. Our next live show after today is Tuesday. 57 days away from week 0. Our 40 and 40 countdown presented by Baumhauer's went through 39 today, and the UAB Blazers. We'll crank that back up on
Tuesday, when we continue the countdown. Our friend Andy Staples hosts a podcast, The Andy Staples Show with Friends. He and Scott Dockerman were discussing the move of USC and UCLA yesterday, both from The Athletic, and they had this to say about the changing landscape and the reaction to the Trojans and Bruins going across the country to the Big Ten.
The tremors are that now everybody who is not in either the SEC or Big Ten is looking for a way to get into the SEC or Big Ten or create something of more stability.
This feels like this has more tentacles than what happened last year. Like this feels like the truly seismic event here because it does affect everybody. Texas and Oklahoma moving to the SEC didn't necessarily make anybody in the ACC make a decision.
But maybe this move made somebody else in the ACC make a decision.
It could, and we'll talk more about this coming up with Bruce because Bruce, deals in this world more than we do. This whole grant of rights thing where the ACC schools granted their media rights to the ACC and the ACC TV partners for, I think, 14 years, it's been described as a stumbling block to me for a lot of these ACC schools that, A, it will either be extremely expensive for them to leave the ACC or it would require that conference basically falling apart. And then those contracts being null and void at that point in some way. So it might not be just as easy as, hey, the Southeastern Conference likes North Carolina or North Carolina State or Virginia Tech or Clemson or Florida or whoever. They're going to go get them. It might not be just that easy.
But if North Carolina, Duke, and Virginia wanted to go to the Big Ten, Louisville, Virginia Tech, NC State wants to go to the SEC. Mm-hmm. That's six. That's out the gate.
Yeah,
how many has to leave before the conference does?
I don't know.
For the conference doesn't exist anymore.
I know. I mean, that's the Pac-12 is probably about to have to answer that question.
Yeah.
After what Bobby Carpenter told us earlier that Oregon and Washington can be on their way out the door.
Yeah. No, we got a poll question that's out. One of our Cowan Equipment poll questions that is. Which turns off their lights first, the NCAA offices, the Pac-12 offices, or the Big 12 offices? You can go vote right now. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Precision Sports.
Jim, what Precision Sports wants to do is they want to get you back in the game. They are affiliated with Brookwood Baptist. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. Rebuilding champions on and off the field. Make that appointment today, 855-219-6200, 855-219-6200, or precisionsportsortho.com.
All right, before Brownie does trash, Forrester and I are going to empty the clip here on a couple of things. We're going to go first with a new addition to the Next Round family. Jace and his wife, Molly, welcomes new baby girl to the family.
How about
that is Emmeline Jane right there. Emmeline or Emmeline? How would you say that? It's an Emma, L-I-N at the end. Emmeline?
I think I might go Emmeline.
Emmeline for you? Mm-hmm. Emmeline?
Little Emmy.
Emma Jane. Emma Jane we'll go with. Jace and Molly, congratulations. Beautiful, beautiful baby there. As Jace has been with us a long, long time. So we appreciate him sharing this beautiful day with us here, sending that picture in. Forrester, if you can bring me now the LSU strength coach, Brown, there are certain things. It was the offensive lineman at Alabama that did the splits, right?
Neal.
Yeah.
Evan Neal.
Sort of at his size jumped up. Yeah, split box jump was amazing. I want to show you Ike Brown of LSU. He's the strength and conditioning coach for LSU football. Rockstar is pulling this up now. I want you to watch, and all of you at home, tell me how strong do you have to be to pull this out of the gym and make this thing work. I think it was yesterday we had it ready to go. Don't see it anywhere in there. There we are. Cut 6. You ready for this, Brown?
Right, yeah.
Now watch this and get the reaction. Sound up on this. Ready? Go.
Say, whatever he do, I can do better.
All right, here we go.
No bend in the elbow. No bend in the elbow.
Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me?
Oh, my God. It's only
Are you serious?
Now I want to see it again, Rockstar.
I do too, because I've never seen anybody do this. I didn't even know this.
Now,
was
first
a
of all,
thing.
you get the one player saying, "Whatever you can do, I can do," and he says, "Don't bend the elbow." And watch Ike Brown again.
Say, whatever you do, I can do better. All right, here we go. No bend in the elbow. No bend in the elbow. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's only
I mean, that is crazy. How far away are you from being able to do that?
That right there?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm tired just watching him do it right there.
That's nuts.
That is some strength.
Looks painful, too.
All right.
No bend in the elbow.
One more, Forrester. 30th anniversary yesterday.
We don't know where we're going. Where are we going?
It's going to be he knows. He's got the hooch, the Marla Hooch. Marla Hooch is a name you remember from In a League of Their Own. 30th anniversary in theaters yesterday.
Okay.
And Marla Hooch was the not attractive first baseman?
Not attractive first baseman.
I think first baseman. She gets in the batting cage and shows us she can still hit. Take a look at this. Marla Hooch taking some swings. Now, I mean, 30 years ago, she was in a movie, so she's got to be at least in her 50s.
Mm-hmm.
She rips this one pretty good. That's not bad, right?
Shot to short right there.
Yeah. I wish we had a tight shot picture. Not as good from the other side of the box, but a switch hitter, nonetheless.
How about that? The old switch hitter.
Yeah. She was the one that made the coach, the agent, sort of cringe when she first looked up at him.
Well, good for her.
Yeah, still getting
her
there.
cuts in.
Yeah. A League of Their Own, 30 years from in the theaters. Take away from that movie.
Yeah, I've never watched it.
Never watched it?
Yeah, there's no crying in baseball, but I've never watched a League of Their Own.
The one thing I reference the most is Tom Hanks' peeing scene.
The peeing scene. Yep.
It goes on forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, sometimes you got to go.
All right, let's roll with Trash. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
Bag up, bag up.
Oh,
bag up,
Rockstar.
Terry. What in reverse, Terry? What in reverse? Oh, Lord. Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
There is not a 4th of July that goes by when I don't think of Terry.
He's a good fire starter, man. Fireworks.
He knows how to put on a fireworks show.
His brother knows how to film. Not help. I
Not
can
help.
film.
Keep rolling, though.
And commentate.
Yep, Terry just could not get it in reverse. Hey, Mortgage Right brings you Trash. They put the M in mastery. Listen, there has never been more equity in your home than right now. So take advantage of it by getting in touch with our friends from Mortgage Right. You may as well get the cash while you can and be secure with a little bit of cash in the pocket. Take advantage of that equity in your home right now with Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com. Tell them the next round sent you. TNR. MortgageRight.com/TNR. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender. Here are the offbeat holidays in July. July the 4th, Dunaway. Independence from Meat Day.
Ooh, no way.
I will not be celebrating.
What follows it?
July the 4th, National Barbecue Ribs Day.
See, that doesn't make sense.
Well, you got to celebrate one or the other. I go with the barbecue
Choose
ribs.
a side.
Yes. July 5th, Dunaway, Tuesday. You'll go to the pool. It is Thong Day.
Thong Day.
Thong Day.
Yeah.
I just wear mine backwards.
That doesn't work at all.
July 6th, Fried Chicken Day. I love fried chicken.
Me too.
A good piece of fried chicken.
Good piece of fried chicken.
I eat more now than I did since we met Sterling and Champy's Chicken.
Do the fried chicken power ranking, breast, thigh, leg, wing.
Well, I'm a breast guy.
Right.
My wife only eats dark meat.
So she likes the thigh and the leg.
She likes the thigh and the leg. I don't really consider wings white meat. I feel like I'm getting cheated at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But I enjoy breast usually. I don't know. That's chicken to me.
Put
chicken
Jim
breast.
down for a breast.
I'm a breast guy.
I go breast, leg, thigh, wing in that order.
I will go breast, boneless breast, and breast.
I would go breast, thigh, leg. It's a mount for me. I like the breast.
Rockstar, you go 3 breast?
Yeah, gotta have like the Chicken Total Recall.
Like a Jeff Aniston sci-fi movie. He goes 3 breast.
Doing great. Hey, July 9th is Bald is In Day. That is great for Rockstar and Dunaway.
One day a year. That's the only day I go
Bald
out.
is in. July
Bald is
9th
in.
your day.
Celebrated 365 days a year.
It's like every day should be Christmas. Every day should be Bald is In Day. July 13th, National French Fries Day. I like French fries.
A good French fry.
I like a good.
Dip with some good barbecue sauce.
Why are you doing this?
No, he's in a mood now because
I pissed him off.
I pissed him off.
It won't be the same. Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Where are we going? Where are we going? I got to know where we're going. Wait, already talked to Rockstar. July 30th. All right, honest answer here. I want an honest answer from everybody. Father-in-law day. I know yours. My father-in-law's great.
Jimmy didn't answer.
Long drink of the water. This is bad, right?
I learned that watching all these congressional hearings.
What? Is that when you don't want to answer or when you need extra time to think of an answer?
You need extra time to think or repeat the question?
Could you repeat the question, please? And take a drink of water here.
My mic is up. My mic up.
Can we take a recess?
A man with a rare condition has been left with a whistling scrotum following surgery. The 72-year-old man from Ohio sought medical advice after experiencing a swollen face. Now, this is weird.
They don't seem to test. Well, the leg bone is connected to the thigh
face
bone.
Yeah. A swollen face,
what
shortness.
What do you mean, bro?
A swollen face, shortness of breath, and a prime concern, a whistling scrotum.
I think of your dad.
He was diagnosed with a rare condition called pneumoscrotum, according to a recent document in the American Journal of Case Reports. I get that every month, and I did not see this case.
I missed the one time I didn't get delivered.
The one time I forgot to read it. Pneumoscrotum is when the air accumulates in the scrotum, often caused by trauma. That is not the trauma you want.
See, now don't you all feel bad bitching about the Vandy Whistler all these years? He was doing nothing except sitting there in shorts.
The whistling will continue for years at times. It's described as abnormally long times. More than a second is abnormally long for this, in my opinion. Taking a detailed history of events leading to the pneumoscrotum is essential since a significant percentage are traumatic. The case of pneumoscrotum from suspected spontaneous bilateral pneumothoracic is unusual, they write, Jim.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, this guy had an open scrotal wound, which sounds bad enough, after a recent scrotal procedure, which allowed the air to escape from his abdominal compartment and resulted in his concern of scrotal whistling.
At that point, are you worried about losing your marbles? Literally?
Yeah, I mean, literally. The whistling results from an open wound left side of his scrotum from an operation 5 months prior.
Y'all going to patch this up? Yeah, we're going to patch it up. I hate seeing this stuff like this, man. I'm going to patch it up. Like, there's one thing I can't stand.
Let's go to lunch.
It's all going to be patched up. Oh, hell, it's already close to 5. We got to go.
Oh, it was a good transition into that.
Couldn't they just do the drawstring on the side?
Yeah.
Open it up, close it up, open it up, close it up.
Just out of curiosity. Well, never mind. I'm not going to.
Only because the HydroLife guy's here?
No. Well, hey, just out of curiosity, were you at all familiar with our show before this? Is the first time you've ever listened to the show? Oh, you've heard of it before? Okay. I just wondered. Basically, he shows up, we interview a football player, and they talk about breast and scrotum.
I thought you were going to ask about whistling scrotum.
The whistling
you
scrotum?
Ever experienced one
Have
of
you
those?
ever seen anybody with a whistling scrotum in your time? No, I haven't either.
Have you heard them?
Yeah. A Virginia Beach man told Westmoreland County judges he believes he was a time traveler in desperate need to save his son from a corrupt government when he stole a car in Hemp Hill Shopping Plaza near and led police on a high-speed 40-mile chase on the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
Oh, he looks like he's from the future.
Oh, there he is. I didn't know we had a photo.
Smile for the camera. No, I want to be a struggling artist.
Look like that old nose might have got bloodied in the arrest.
Look down. Look up. Look down. Look up. See, if I was going to try to pass myself off as a person that travels time, I would pretend I was from the future, and I would have some marking tattoo that made it look like I was from the future.
No, this is from the future. Right
Established in 2045.
You probably will not recognize it here in the present.
Yeah.
Here he was asked by the judge why he stole the car, and here was his answer.
I'd have a Big 26 logo. Rockstar is what I'd have, a conference logo.
I am
the Big 26.
Yeah, so you guys aren't going to believe this, but UCLA and USC. I stole a car.
From the future.
I stole a car because I was tired of walking, Thomas Lee said. I thought I was a time traveler because I was on drugs. I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. I was just trying to save my son. He pleaded no contest to 24 charges, including aggravated assault with a vehicle, drunken driving, fleeing police, resisting arrest, and numerous traffic consequences in connection with that incident after he stole the car.
24 charges.
Yep. He told the judge he initially wanted to challenge his case, but ultimately wanted it to be immediately resolved, saying he believed he was in danger of sexual assaults while incarcerated in the county jail.
You're a time traveler. Just
Move
forward.
Taco Bell's about to have a new item on the menu.
I saw this.
The Taco Bell and the Cracker Brand Cheez-It are getting married, Dunaway.
Yep. We put this in our morning rounds yesterday.
I'll tell you what, the Crunchwrap portion of that looks pretty good.
I bet it's tasty.
I'd eat anything right now,
but it just freaks me out that they made the Cheez-It that big.
Well, they're testing it in Southern California. You know, Big Ten country loves their Cheez-Its.
That's right. They love their cheese in the Big Ten.
That's right. The Big Cheez-It Tostada features an oversized Cheez-It square topped with Taco Bell seasoned beef, reduced fat, sour cream. That's very important. I'm going to need the sour cream to be reduced fat.
Reduce
in this
that
cup.
fat because I want extra Cheez-It though.
Fresh diced tomatoes, crisp lettuce, and shredded cheddar cheese.
I mean, just look at though. They make it look like a really large Cheez-It.
Yeah.
Well, the one on the left looks like what? It's like
how big
stuff
is
on a
it?
saltine.
How big is it? Do you know?
Well, I mean, they put the little packets of hot sauce in the back.
So it's pretty small. Is that an actual Cheez-It? It's real tiny.
I don't think it's an actual Cheez-It.
Well, but then how big is it? Look at the.
You get a morsel of ground beef.
But Rockstar, look in comparison to the fire sauce packs right there.
Yeah, but that's just on regular Cheez-Its. You know how big that crunchy thing to the right is.
Well,
You've had that before.
I have. So is it the same size?
Yeah.
The Cheez-It square itself is, I did not know this, made 100% real cheese. Did you know that?
I did.
They listen to music and everything. They get
Okay.
coached up by the locker room.
Here's the answer. It's 16 times the size of an actual Cheez-It. And only $2.49. That seems like a deal. The Big Cheez-It Tostada, they're testing the Crunchwrap Supreme that you see in the photo there. Hopefully it'll come to a Taco Bell near you.
Well, that Taco Bell not afraid to change its menu.
They really will, won't they? They'll try some stuff. Finally, the top songs of summer from the past 10 years. 2012, Call Me Maybe, Carly Rae Jepsen. I like that song more than I should have.
Never liked it.
I will let you know that out of all these, I probably recognize 60% of them.
I think Call Me Maybe was Freddie Freeman's walk-up song in 2012.
He lost a bet, I think, and had to use it. Yeah. Or it was rookie hazing, something like that. 2013, Blurred Lines by Robin Thicke featuring T.I. and Pharrell.
Hated that song, loved the video.
Yeah, what happened to Robin Thicke? He ran into some issues, did he not?
Well, Marvin Gaye he pretty much sampled a Marvin Gaye song.
Yeah. But isn't he a host on
that's
Masked Singer?
Alan Thicke. I'm kidding. It's Robin Thicke. 2014, Fancy by Iggy Azalea featuring Charlie XCX.
Yep, enjoyed that one.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Never heard it.
Did you like Fancy by Reba McEntire better?
No, that one freaks me out when the roach crawls across her foot.
That's the part of the song that freaks you out.
Yes.
The mom is turning the kid out into prostitution, and you're freaked out by a roach crawling across the foot?
But nothing says white trash more than the roach crawling across your foot.
2015, Cheerleader by OMI. I don't know that one.
Never heard it.
2016, One Dance by Drake featuring WizKid and Kyla. 2017, Despacito, the remix.
Oh, really good.
Yeah.
Despacito.
By Despacito.
Despacito. Elaine, could you shut up?
I've been out riding fences.
2018, In My Feelings by Drake.
Nope.
2019, you heard the heck out of this one. Old Town Road by Lil Nas X featuring Billy Ray Cyrus.
That was only 2019. That seems longer ago.
Yeah, well, a lot has happened since then. I don't know if you're paying attention. 2020, Rockstar by DaBaby featuring Roddy Ricch with 2 C's. And then 2021, Butter by BTS.
Nope.
I don't know what it'll be this summer.
Boys of Summer, Don Henley. They're
Well, I
gonna do a
like
remix.
Boys of Summer. That's a good song.
Did not.
Did you not? Do you not like Don Henley at all?
I liked him with the Eagles. I didn't like him as a solo artist.
Really? He does some good stuff as a solo artist.
That is trash.
That is trash.
Brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
It is, Jim. MortgageRight.com. You can tell them the next round sent you, and tell them these two idiots on the next round today are saying, "Hey, listen, I never have more equity than I have right now. I'm renting. I need to buy. I need to build some of that equity, or I just want to tap into some of that equity and
Your
use it
home
for the
will
stuff I
never
wanna
be
use it."
this valuable again.
Never this valuable again. I don't think so either. MortgageRight.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
And we're being brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's Chicken, where McBeaver22 on Twitch is watching in Honduras, said that he has had Champy's chicken, Sterling's tamales, better than the Honduras tamales that he's eating down in Honduras. That he says Sterling has the best tamales in the world.
Wow. They are fantastic. I'll tell you that.
Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119. McBeaver, Sterling says thank you. Back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at Champy'sChicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family.
all at nextroundlive.com
and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. The show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Right now, our man C. Stu can hook you up with new gutters. And Brownie, you know how important this is to your roof, your house, protecting your big investment, getting those gutters right. Never have to get up on that ladder again and clean them once you get the Gutter Cap from C. Stu.
Yeah, because you don't want to fall off that ladder, break your neck, die. You're no good to your family then. So let Gutter Cap do all the work. Our buddy C. Stu, 823-2212. 823-2212 for that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris, eliminating gutter cleaning, back with a lifetime warranty and almost a 20-year service record in Birmingham. 45% off retail right now. GutterCapBirmingham.com.
Brett from New Mexico out on the road, and I'm interested in what you think of all this movement in college football. Brett, what do you think, man?
Well, we can't be friends anymore, Jim.
How come?
Oh.
You went to Don Henley.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, but we probably don't have the same musical taste.
No, we don't, because all those songs Brownie listed a while ago, I'm like, nope, nope. No, classic rock and country. Okay, so.
No, but don't get me wrong. There are some classic rock I like. I love a lot of old country. I love Merle Haggard. I love Willie Nelson. I love a lot of old country. I'm just not a Don Henley solo guy. I like Don Henley in the Eagles, but if I had to choose of the solo, I enjoyed a lot more of the guitar guy. Joe Walsh?
Yeah, Joe Walsh. Glenn Fry had some good stuff too.
The Heart of the Matter is my favorite Don Henley solo.
You don't like All She Wants to Do Is Dance?
I've never liked that song.
Oh, what a great song.
I have to agree with you there, Brownie.
Thank you.
So, when that broke yesterday after the show, I texted LT and I was like, holy crap, didn't see that coming. I think it's a bad move, but, it is what it is.
You think it's a bad move for you the two schools, or for the Big Ten?
For USC and UCLA.
Why so?
Well, it's just, you guys kind of touched on it a little bit yesterday and today, travel, scheduling. But travel's not going to be that big of a deal. Football's going to be a piece of cake for travel. We know that because you can fly out Thursday or Friday, you play the game on Saturday, you go home on Sunday. No big deal. The basketball and the Olympic sports and all that stuff, my idea, if I was scheduling it for them, I would send, Ohio State and Minnesota to L.A., and one's playing USC on Tuesday night, the other one's playing UCLA.
Yeah, they'll travel partners.
Yeah, they'll have travel partners, and USC and UCLA will probably travel together. But here's the point, okay? Look at this, Brett. When you watch, we'll use SEC football as an example. When you watch SEC football games, you'll look at, will be Bryant-Denny Stadium. The upper deck, one corner, and the upper deck and some corners have fans from Tennessee or Auburn or Georgia. How many USC and UCLA fans, they can't fill up their own stadium. How many of them are going to go on the road to a game at Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State? No. Very few people are going to make that trip. They may make it one time, but they're not going to do it every other year.
Right, yeah. They'll go to the, USC-Ohio State game in the Horseshoe just to get it done and say, okay, I've done it. Or to the Big House, I've done it. Or to Penn State, I've done it. Those really the only three, maybe to Wisconsin. I would say those four places for UCLA and USC fans would do that trip one time. After that, they're not going to, you're right, they're not going to do it. And you can't even, you don't even look at the economic situation in the country right now. Just take that off the table. If we go back 15 years ago, still people aren't going to travel like that. To me, that was the big deal. You want your fans, and like you guys said, they're not filling the stadium anyway. Another thing is it makes the Rose Bowl irrelevant when it comes to the college football playoff now.
Well, the Rose Bowl host, here's what I actually think will happen, is the Rose Bowl has been a big stumbling block for the college football playoff and their scheduling. And this may eventually, it won't immediately, but eventually force the Rose Bowl off that stance. Because here's what the Rose Bowl is about to get, Brett. The Rose Bowl now frequently gets the second best team in the Big Ten, right? And most of the time gets the best team in the Pac-12. Well, now that best team in the Pac-12 is a lesser team because the Pac-12 is a lesser conference. And you're going to have a huge mismatch in your game. Your game's going to be worse. And on the off chance that the Pac-12 gets a team in the playoff, now you're giving an even lesser team for the Rose Bowl. It is a watered-down Rose Bowl now, and it may finally force their hands to come off that long-standing tradition of Pac-12 Big Ten and actually be part of this college football playoff like everybody else is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This year's Rose Bowl was probably by far the most entertaining one that I've seen since Alabama and Texas played for the national championship.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Brett.
And that was helped out by the fact that the Pac-12 and the Big Ten still had a really good team in Ohio State that wasn't in the playoffs.
A good team, yes.
And a team worthy of a playoff. They just didn't have a spot. And Utah was sort of the same thing.
Yeah, Utah's really, really good. 1 out of every 3 years, though, it's part of the playoffs. The other 2 years, it's Pac-12 Big Ten. I think you'll see less of that.
Yeah, so appreciate the phone call. Don't know if we'll have more time for phone calls later on. If we do, it'll be in the 12:15 segment at 205-734-0923. Bruce Feldman coming up at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part today by Rockstar's guy, Adam Mestre. Tell us about Adam, and then I got one more point to what Brett was talking about.
Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam Mestre is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
I mean, it's not easy, but even Austin and Norman, it's still it's not easy to drive to those games, but you still can drive to those games.
You can make it a car trip, yeah.
You can still drive to those games.
It's a haul. I mean, from Birmingham now, from Columbia, South Carolina, or Gainesville, Florida, it's different.
Right, but from Mississippi or LSU or Arkansas or Missouri, it's still a drivable conference. USC, UCLA, I mean, I know it's easy travel for the players who are making all that money, but for the fans, there's nothing for the fans.
But
there.
it already was. Did you think fans were driving to Seattle, Washington to watch them play UW or driving
not
going
as
to
much.
Pullman
That's
or
right.
Eugene? I mean, so that already wasn't a car conference, the Pac-12.
That's right. That's
that
a
really
great
hasn't
point.
changed that much.
That's a great point because I think it was covering Auburn, Oregon, in Tempe. I think we realized that it was almost exactly the same expense for them for Portland's TV station, our sister station, to drive their satellite truck or us to drive our satellite truck. We were debating on who would have been easier to drive out there.
Like for USC and UCLA, Tempe is the closest home game, or Tucson maybe. I don't know which one would be closer. I mean, it's a pretty good haul for them to get to Stanford and Berkeley.
Yeah, changing landscape. We'll talk to Bruce Feldman about that coming up on the other side right here on the next round.
At 205-734-0923.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. more. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks and the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com. The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I really feel like I'm just waiting every day now for the next shoe to drop. Like, we all know that something else is happening, right? There's going to be some other one.
Well, can I go behind the scenes? Rockstar, for a minute, I don't know if Bruce took a second to answer, but when Bruce didn't answer, I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
got more breaking news.
The Bruce is working the break news.
Bruce is about to tell Rockstar, hey, tell him I cannot go on right now.
Yeah, we're about to
You
talk.
tell him why.
Yeah. Bruce Feldman's joining us now. I will be honest, as you bring him in, Brownie, I thought of Bruce instantly because I've always thought of him being so close to USC and UCLA. You know, I've almost thought of him as our Pac-12 insider, not just college football, but Pac-12 insider. I never really thought of him as a cold weather Big Ten insider.
Well, they're not moving the schools, Jim. They're just playing in the Big Ten. Bruce Feldman with us from The Athletic at Fox. How are you, Bruce?
I'm doing well. I'm speaking to you from Big Ten country.
That's
only
right.
like the Big Ten country where you don't have to shovel any. So
there's something you got. There's something you got to shovel out there. It's just not the snow.
No, that's true.
What a wild day, or what a wild announcement that caught me off guard. I had no idea this was coming. This is played as a obvious reaction to the SEC getting Oklahoma and Texas. Is that overplayed? Is that part of this? Is it all of this? How would you compare the two?
I think that's a fair comparison. You have the two flagship schools of the Big 12. Now you have the two most recognizable, and one more than the other, obviously. Let's be realistic. I mean, but USC and UCLA, to me, like, the Big Ten now has its footprint all over the biggest media markets in the country. But before I would use that as a caveat and say, well, the Big Ten has New York, which is the biggest media market, but it has it with Rutgers. So does it really have it? When you get USC and UCLA living out here, you have Los Angeles. I mean, it's not like you're saying, hey, we took Long Beach State, so we have Los Angeles, or we took Pepperdine.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, Bruce, they now have the biggest media market where somebody cares about college athletics.
Yeah,
I don't know that exists in New York. Yeah.
No, and I'm not saying there aren't college football fans, because you have a lot of displaced alums who live there, but they could be, you have Alabama alums and fans who are, have a section there, and they'll go to a bar, and, it's a lot of that, and certainly Penn State and Michigan and Ohio State fans. But in this case, I mean, this is, I think about it, because of my cable system, I've always had the Big Ten network just because of what I do. I don't know. I think that's probably something a lot of USC and UCLA fans are scrambling on this morning. How do we make sure we have that? And I think there's a lot of change that's going to be coming from this. But, again, this is all TV money is driving everything here. And I think if you're USC, and I've heard this almost since I've moved out here, and I've been out here for 20 years, why should we be getting only the same amount as Oregon State and Washington State are getting from our deal with the Pac-12? We're the ones who drive the boat. And there's been all that frustration. And I think finally, I think they were receptive to it. I think the idea of Texas and Oklahoma leaving there to go to someplace that felt very foreign to them, which was the SEC and just different, is now, hey, you know what? There's, the gloves are off. We got to do what's best for ourselves. And I think also some of the people who are making the decisions or helping make the decisions at these schools, let's keep this in mind. The AD at USC has not been here very long. The AD at UCLA has been here even less time. The president at USC has not been there very long. So, their allegiance and kind of connections to some of these other Pac-12 members, all these other Pac-12 members, probably doesn't run as deep. It doesn't run as deep. So I think that is another part of this, because there's definitely people I've talked to who are at USC and UCLA who have some bittersweet feelings about how this played out. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's a huge win for programs looking to stay relevant, trying to become more relevant, don't want to be left behind.
I said this to Aaron Suttles earlier, and I'll tell it to you. Whoever you guys report to at The Athletic, or maybe it's you, Bruce, and I'll just compliment you. Whoever managed your organization yesterday, it was fantastic. You guys had it covered from every different angle, and it was my favorite day to be an Athletic subscriber. And I just want to take two of your stories, of the Athletic stories yesterday, and just ask you the question that's in their headlines. One of them is Oregon and Washington must stick together. Why do they need to stick together, and what does sticking together look like for you? Where do they go? What do they do?
Well, first, thank you for that. That is kind words. I feel like we have the best college football coverage out there, and I felt like that shined through yesterday with so many layers of it that everybody was able to pivot and get on it and work together. As it relates to Oregon, has much more attractive an intriguing situation right now, in part because of the Phil Knight. And obviously, they've been better more recently in football, but you have Phil Knight and Nike is so tied to it. I think the part of that thought, though, that they should need to stick together was because they are the Pacific Northwest. Those are the two biggest schools in the Pacific Northwest. By the way, they both have connections to pretty big media markets. Seattle is obviously big for Washington, and Portland is sizable for Oregon. I think what could help is that all of a sudden they're travel partners, because, again, we're always thinking of this through a football prism, and that's where the money is going. But there's obviously a lot of other sports and the logistics of traveling. And look, the SEC is great about this, because it's a lot smaller. There's a lot of drivable, road trips, and we saw it in, the College World Series and all the baseball and everything like that. It's harder to do that when you are so spread out, to make all that work. And I think those are really hard questions that those two schools have to decide, because on the first glance of this, from what I heard, right now, they're not in the plans of the Big Ten. And so what's next? Does that mean try to partner up with what's become of the Big 12 without Texas and OU, with BYU in there? Are there other schools in the Pac-12 that would make sense? Colorado, maybe, Utah, maybe, the Arizona schools, maybe. Or do we see what happens to the Pac-12 without USC and UCLA? I mean, to me, that is a kind of a daunting proposition, because, I mean, the Pac-12 I think this is the 1-year anniversary of George Kliavkoff taking over as the commissioner. And my colleague Stuart Mandel found a question I'd asked when they did the alliance in this press conference. And I just remember looking at the look on George's face, because it was on a Zoom, when I'd said, like, you guys have no contract with each other. Like, how binding is this anyway? And here we are a year later, and, I mean, they are in such scramble mode right now. And I feel for them, because I don't think, I don't know how you can really trust anybody else in your membership, because it's so much self-preservation has to go on right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the Big 12 actually looks stronger right now than the Pac-12 does. Grace Rayner and Manny Navarro write, it's time for the ACC to throw a Hail Mary and go after Notre Dame. Do you think Notre Dame, in your opinion, Bruce, and I know it's only your opinion, do you think they're ready to listen seriously to a conference membership, whether it be the ACC or the Big Ten or whomever? And do you think the ACC has to get Notre Dame in order for it to survive long term?
I think that it probably does have to do that, because Notre Dame, I think, at some point is going to join a conference. I think it is more likely, my hunch, and no one's told me this, is it's more likely that it would be the Big Ten than the ACC. Now, I know they're a partner with the ACC, but their grant of rights, which is, extensive and long with the ACC and its members, that doesn't tie into Notre Dame football. So it's not really a prohibitive, going to keep them in there. They're tied to it. The money may make a lot more sense for them to go to the growing Big Ten. Geographically, it makes a lot of sense for them, because we know where they are on the map. They're also now USC's, their arch rival, is now coming to the Big Ten. I just think it seems to be a lot more viable that they would go there. I think if you talk, and I'll be careful how I say this to you guys, but I think if you talk to enough Notre Dame people, I don't think they see themselves aligned with the SEC in terms of how they view themselves academically compared to the SEC, compared to how they feel like they operate compared to what they think the SEC is. And so I think they're more aligned culturally, take that for whatever it's worth, with the Big Ten than they are the ACC or certainly the SEC. So my hunch is that is ultimately the move they will make. I just don't know how soon that would be, because, again, if it makes more sense for them, and also, you guys know this, not that long ago, Greg Sankey floated the idea about, hey, maybe the SEC could have its own playoff. Well, now if the idea is you have the two big money leagues, the SEC and the Big Ten, with about 32 members, or whatever it's going to be at that point, decide to have their own playoff, it would be a lot more substantial now because of these expansions. They're also, the playoff has always given Notre Dame a seat at the table in its postseason. Maybe they wouldn't do that now if they weren't going to be in a conference. I don't know why they would feel compelled to do that if Notre Dame has the opportunity to join one of these two leagues. And, basically it's like, hey, we're giving you an offer you can't refuse. And that might push them over the edge.
Bruce Feldman, Fox Sports, and The Athletic. Before you go, follow Bruce on Twitter at Bruce Feldman CFB. Read his books. He's a New York Times bestseller. You mentioned the grant of rights situation with the ACC teams, and a lot of people didn't follow that story, didn't pay much attention to it. And I'm one of those, to be honest with you, Bruce. But as I've talked to people, it is a considerable hurdle for an ACC team leaving, if they choose to do so, to go to an SEC or a Big Ten. Is it as big a hurdle as I've been led to believe, which is to say quite significant?
That's how I'd always thought about it. But now, you know what else is also quite significant is these TV contracts that are coming up. And if you just, do the math on it, it might be long-term more significant to go and eat the money that you may have to eat on on that, and also then you're in line with these much bigger, much more upwardly mobile conferences and brands. And I think that's different than where they could be. Now, what could get tricky is if some of the other, ACC members decide to do the same thing, then all of a sudden does that chip away at what the grant of rights is? Because then all of a sudden maybe it's not as tethered together as we're assuming it's going to be.
All right, he is Bruce Feldman. Read him at The Athletic, keeping up on this. It is an ever-changing landscape in college sports, and that's not slowing down anytime soon, I don't suppose.
Yeah, and that in mind, Bruce, let's just go ahead and have a standing reservation. Next time somebody leaves to join the Big Ten or the SEC, you just plan on being with us at 12 o'clock Central Time, and we'll say maybe we'll see you Tuesday.
All right, you can count on it. And if Rockstar if I don't pick up on the first ring, don't get too worried.
Rockstar gets antsy. Rockstar was like, "Oh, it's breaking news."
No.
Bruce, thank you. Have a great weekend, and we'll do it again soon, I'm sure.
My pleasure. You guys too. Take care.
All right, buddy. Take care. Bruce Feldman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
God, I love that guy.
Bruce is a good dude, man. Knows his stuff, too.
TV driving this, we know that, right?
Course.
Fox, ESPN, ABC. Fox with the Big Ten, ESPN, ABC with the SEC and the ACC, which, Brown, when you start talking about media rights and all of that, keep in mind that the media rights are coming from the ESPN, ABC side for the ACC. So, that money may be just being shifted from one pot to another on the ESPN ledger, and still paying some money out to the ACC's membership that way. So you could make it work down the road. And my goodness, if I'm getting $100 million a year from TV rights, I could probably take out a pretty good loan.
Yeah. Well,
I probably could take out a loan from my conference to say, all right, I'll just take $50 million every year, and you guys loan me the money to pay off my exit fee from the Big 12 and from the ACC, and I can do just about anything I wanted to. Have that loan paid back in 2, 3, 4 years.
Yeah, as Bruce said, is it a significant financial commitment to get out? Yeah, but are you making $40 to $50 more million a year? Yeah, so you'll be willing to pay that. And we just saw, I think, with the AAC and the Big 12, how long they spread those payments out, which is funny now when you think back on it. Those, the Big 12 agreed to spread the payments out over 20 years or something like that. How much is going to change in those 20 years?
Exactly.
While these teams are paying, or the AAC is getting
I've got to write them a $180,000 check. Now I've got to write them a $88,000 check, and I got to write this conference a $60,000 check.
Who knows where all that money's going to go?
Yeah, it's crazy. I'll tell you one thing: if your hair goes away, it can come back thanks to our friends Dr. B.
Dr. B at
T3 been helping
Hair
LT.
Restoration has been.
You can see.
I haven't investigated.
You can see the difference.
I've investigated. I've seen it. T3 Hair Preservation, T3hair.net, T3hair.net. If you're watching us on video, you see video from the initial consultation with Dr. B and LT and Dr. B's office there. They went through it. They talked about the goals, the desires. What's going to happen? Here's our intern taking personal phone calls here now.
Yeah, I just wanted him to see something.
Okay. I just looked up at Rockstar's head and dialed the phone. Hey, it's for you.
Is Tyler there?
So they looked through LT's hair there, and Dr. B created a plan, and now LT does the treatment at home, the follow-ups, all that. Some of it even done virtually. It's very easy. T3hair.net. T3hair.net. Just get a consultation. See if they can help you the way they're helping LT. 319-0316, or just go online, T3hair.net, and start growing your hair back with Dr. B and T3 Hair Preservation.
Hey, is Tyler there? It's Joe from Five Finger Death Punch.
Joe!
Hey,
Joe with Five Finger Death Punch.
You said you were going to have my bag for me, Tyler. Man, no, I just, my musical bag. Where's my picks?
My musical bag?
Where's my strings? Five Finger Death Punch.
Such a weird impersonation you're doing.
It's my Five Finger Death Punch.
That sounds like you're Russian.
No, I'm trying to be the guy that was something Horseman on Netflix. Trying to be that guy's voice.
Something Horseman.
It was
BoJack
Horseman. Yeah.
How do I know that?
Who's the actor that does BoJack Horseman?
No.
Will Arnett.
Will Arnett. This is my Will Arnett impersonation.
It's not that bad.
Thank you. It's maybe my best impersonation. You know, I'm half human, half horse. You choose.
Which is
you choose which half.
part of you is the horse?
you choose which half.
The ass. I could go ahead and tell you.
When we come back, I tell you what, Brandon, we'll give you a dry erase board.
Oh, I got one, Jim.
And I'm gonna use mine too. We're gonna pick 4 teams that we think will go to the SEC, and 4 teams we think will go to the Big Ten. All right, of those that are left. And then in a third column, give me the 4 teams, the 4 biggest teams that'll be left out. All right. All right. I got my Bud Light here. We're going to take a break here. I'll talk to Will Arnett when we come back.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWG2022.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, "I think you're on the beach," or the classic, "You gotta hit it, Alice." One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
It's Beer O'Clock Friday. No LT here. He is back with us on Wednesday of next week. Little extended vacation for him. Enjoying the nice Bud Light out of our ice-cold keg over there that's currently at 35 degrees over there. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Hemphill. When things aren't running right, flowing right, draining right, our friends at Hemphill, since 1954, have been taking care of you. Adam and Chad, their team over there, they fix it right, they fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, call the folks at Hemphill. The phone number is 205-229-2090. 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill for your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. I asked Brownie to write down a list of 4 or so teams that he thinks will go to the Big Ten. Then we'll say to the SEC, and then
I went SEC first.
Sorry, left out. You went SEC first?
Yep.
Okay. I'll give you my Big Ten first. You give me your SEC.
Okay.
Brown, who's going to the SEC?
Jim, as you can see here.
The big unveil.
We've got the SEC. It's the big unveil. North Carolina State, Virginia Tech, Clemson, Florida State.
Clemson, Florida State in the back pocket, man. I think they're already there.
Back pocket.
Yeah.
I've got NC State and Virginia Tech joining them.
Big Ten for me. I'll go this way. Big Ten.
I'm going to make a change.
I've got North Carolina. I've got Virginia. I've got Duke. I've got a reflection. I've got Notre Dame. And I went on and gave you 6. I went on with Oregon and Washington as well eventually.
I love when Dunaway does that. Give me 4. I'm going to give you 6.
Yeah, a little bonus there. Yeah. Make it a biggie fry. Oregon and Washington as well. But North Carolina, Virginia, Duke, and Notre Dame is where I'd go first. You know, because in the Big Ten, man, I think we're smarter than you are. So I'm going to get the smart schools. I'm going to go North Carolina, Virginia, Duke, Notre Dame.
Okay. I'm going Big Ten next, Jim. Here's who I've got. Let me slide this down just a hair. Oregon, Washington, Notre Dame, Virginia. A lot of the same stuff you had.
No North Carolina, Duke?
I did not add North Carolina and Duke. I don't know what's going to happen to them. They're going to play in the basketball conference.
In the SEC, for me, I went Oklahoma State. Clemson, Florida State, we agree. Miami, NC State, and VPI.
Yep.
My bonus ones.
Jim,
my biggie fries.
Yeah, there again. Let's do 4. I'm going to do 6.
Yep.
Yeah.
The sorry, not sorry, Syracuse, easily back to the Big East for basketball.
Yeah. Just create a basketball conference. They don't play football anyway.
Football independent. Pittsburgh, Cincy, West Virginia, Georgia Tech, Kansas, the rest of the Pac-12. Sorry, not sorry.
Yep.
What about you?
Kansas, Oregon State, Washington State, Kansas State out for me. They got no home.
They really don't.
I mean, what's the value that Kansas and Kansas State bring? And everybody's going to say basketball. Well, I mean, Kansas plays really good basketball. Kansas State has at times. They don't bring you any good TV markets. I mean, Kansas City, I guess, is okay. It's just those are just tough. It's going to be tough on those schools. I don't know what those schools end up doing. I don't know, man. I don't know what happens to Washington State and Oregon State. Those
let me ask you,
disconnected out in the middle of nowhere schools like that.
I would love to hear what people think. Does everybody think we're going to just 2 super conferences? Is that what we're doing?
That feels too big. I still say it's going to be 4. I think there'll be 4 super conferences. I don't know exactly how this is all going to look.
But then we got to prop up 2 other ones then just to have 4.
Why? We got to prop up 2 others.
We can't just take the best of the best and have 2 other conferences.
Because build me out of what's left. Build me a really good third conference. Who would you put in it? Just you could pick from anywhere.
You can't.
We'll build one. Build it for me. Let's build it. Let's build it right now.
Okay.
Out of what is left, let's go. Florida State, Clemson. How many are we going to put in there? 16.
We need 16.
All right. Yeah.
Well, I think technically we got to have 2 other conferences, right?
Well, I was just trying to build one to start with and see if we've got enough parts.
For argumentative sake, we'll call it the ACC.
Okay.
And we'll call it
the BCC.
We'll call it the West Coast.
Okay.
West Coast Association.
Mine was more fun.
WCA.
The WCA. This is like Jim as a kid. He's going to start naming them.
All right. So instantly you go. Let's go ACC first.
ACC first. Clemson, Florida State.
Oh, right now, currently, that are left over.
No, I'm picking from everywhere. Just follow me here. Clemson,
Okay.
Florida State.
Right.
Louisville.
Mm-hmm. These are the ACC right now.
Yeah, Miami.
Okay.
Yeah.
Georgia Tech.
I mean, yeah, it gets you the Atlanta market. So, yeah, probably give me Georgia Tech.
Syracuse. Boston College.
I don't know about those. I really don't.
Is North Carolina and Duke? They're available, right?
Yeah, I'd go UNC and Duke. I'm trying to think, though, of
NC State?
No, they'll be in the SEC.
Virginia?
I think they'll be in the Big Ten. Well, you think that of North Carolina. But see, now you're probably now getting into the Central Floridas of the world, like UCF, people like that. You know what I'm saying? Because, the Big 12 is going to be melting down.
Well, we've had a lot of you that have said maybe this cycles into even a better place for UAB.
I think I don't know. I don't know. My fear is schools like UAB are going to have, who'd you just add? Cincinnati, West Virginia. Yep. My fear for UAB, and I don't know that this is a fear. I just think, football-wise, you added Pittsburgh. Football-wise, they could be playing in their own division. Like, I've always felt like the big 60 or 70 schools are going to split off into one division, and Division I is now going to have 2 separate categories.
So what you're saying is that, do you think we could have a football playing division and then some of our football playing division play basketball and other sports somewhere else?
Yeah. No, I think it's going to have to be all married together. I think,
for instance, we'll use Virginia as an example. Let's say Virginia went to the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
Could Virginia play Big Ten football, but every other sport is something else?
No, because I think they're going to want to, if you split off like that, they're going to want to control the money and everything. So that's what's going to ultimately probably kill something like the NCAA tournament as we know it. Is that if these 60 or 70 schools split off and do their own thing for football purposes, they're also going to do their own thing for basketball purposes. And while Pittsburgh might still play Duquesne in basketball, they're not going to play in the same tournament. Because why would we hand money back over to the NCAA? We've got our schools. Let's just control our own tournament.
Yeah, and I'm not going to give you this big TV money deal if I can't have basketball tournament too.
So what it'll either do is the NCAA will have to say, well, we're either going to have to play ball with these schools or not have a tournament, which puts us out of business.
My goodness, Jim Nance just lost a little street cred too.
But what I think will happen,
one shining moment never gets played anymore. I mean, crap, this is it's all unfolding.
What I think will happen there, though, is once those schools pull away, Jim, it will hamper the NCAA tournament to the point that they can't get those TV dollars, and it will put the NCAA out of business. So then your schools that are left behind, your Wichita States of the world and people like that, they'll find a place at the bargaining table for a basketball tournament, because the bigger schools will realize, hey, that old school tournament was really good and it got billions of dollars in TV revenue. Now we get to keep a big cut of that billion, not the NCAA. That's what I think will happen.
Superior Thruster says, if y'all talked about Auburn picking up 4-star commitment Jeremiah Cobb, running back out of Montgomery. Nope, have not been on the recruiting radar for the last 20 hours. That's a huge get.
Yeah, it just broke not too long ago.
Yeah, 4-star. Anytime 4-star, that gets on my radar. 4- and 5-star guys.
That's your line?
Yeah, I don't do too many commitments now. Football's too good in our state for me to worry about 3 stars or less. 4 stars rings my bell. So way to go, Auburn.
Yeah, 4-star according to On3, and I think the other ones as well. A lot of stuff out there on the running back, Jeremiah Cobb, one of the key gets in this Auburn class is the way I've seen him described.
Congratulations to Brian Harsin, maybe the biggest one he's gotten for this upcoming class. We've got Rockstar in the lounge coming up on the other side. Part of our show, Brandy, being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. You know, I think it was about 1 year ago,
roughly,
when Forrester sent his I'm leaving ABC 3340 notes about the same time we were calling Simpio and saying, hey, I think we just have our first employee. We probably need some benefits.
That's right. We got this guy we're going to hire.
We told him we had great benefits.
That's right.
Now we really need to get great benefits.
It was a complete lie by us just to get him to leave 3340, right? Simpio handles the 4 pillars that you don't want to deal with: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. They take it off your plate, and they handle it themselves. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. I'll put it this way. My wife and I have been married for almost 22 years. She says we have the best insurance right now that we've ever had in our married lifetime, thanks to Simpio. That's very important. Simpio.com, 635-7467. Help them with your startup on the pillars you don't want to deal with. Simpio.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Little Sweet! Did you make it out the door on time?
Yeah, but I have lipstick on my teeth.
Ooh, that color looks great on you. And you deserve a tasty treat. Did you take an alternate route and avoid 30 seconds of traffic? Or did you weather apple out? Ooh, and now you're sweating in your shacket. So sweet, unique. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you nail the high note while singing along to your favorite song? Yes, I did. Woo! Did you perfectly parallel park without bumping any bumper?
Yeah, but I locked my keys in the car.
That's okay.
I need my keys, Little Sweet.
Did you get to get in the car seat without losing your temper? Buckle in, that's a win. It's one of a kind, it'll blow your mind. Everyone's done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations: Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at Lance'sLock.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to Lance'sLock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to Lance'sLock.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Back with you on The Next Round. Rockstar slides in with us today, and we get to get into the weekend. We already got the keg tapped with our Bud Light and the cold glass, now at a chilling 38 degrees over there, up from 35. And Rockstar, who is going to be, by the way, if you want to see Rockstar live, at the Vestavia City Center tomorrow, Saturday, July 2nd, 5 to 7 p.m., an outdoor show for him, Vestavia City Center. What can you tell me about that?
It's the first time they're doing it, so that I'm aware of. So this will be the inaugural performance by me at this place. So I'm just as good as you to know.
Did you find out if you got a tent?
I'm seeing if I have a merch tent.
No, I mean a tent to play under. I don't want you to get
hoping so. Maybe somebody else. Maybe Nancy will stay above me with an umbrella.
Oh, cool. That would be fantastic, like Michael Jackson.
Yeah,
we do need to get you some merch to sell at these things.
Lunsford.
Well, I mean, we got all the Next Round crap. Take all that. That's not crap. It's better than crap.
I was told to take all this Next Round crap.
No, it's crap. Crap was a bad phrase by me. That is not
Gear.
Take some Faye Dunaway shirts and see if you can get rid of those.
Hotcakes.
Yeah, hotcakes are what those are.
Wait, y'all stay back. I'm trying to play music here.
Wipe your kid's mouth with this.
The Enclave down in Alabaster. What's the website again? You better call Paul.
Y'all
bettercallpaul.com. Y'allbettercallpaul.com is the website. Home sites that start at around $400,000. A beautiful, beautiful neighborhood down there. It's the Enclave in Alabaster. They bring you Rockstar every week. You can call Paul. The phone number is 205-602-0563. 205-602-0563. But just go out and check out that website. Y'allbettercallpaul.com. Y'allbettercallpaul.com, and check out all the homes available in the area, including the new Enclave in Alabaster. They bring you Rockstar each Friday in the lounge. What do you have for us today, Rocky?
Let's do a little Bob Dylan done by Jimi Hendrix. And what I do is I do the guitar solo a little differently on this song. So
you play with your foot?
Yeah, I do. My foot's located in a different spot. So what I'm going to do is, when I get to this point, Brian, you're going to have to kick up the reverb when I get to the extra point, okay?
Oh, how do I know?
You'll know.
Okay. Oh, you'll know.
Hey, can I get a little bit more volume on Rockstar's vocals?
That's probably as high as it'll go.
Just max it out, Tyler.
Here's what I would say, Tyler. If I was on stage and we were already in a song, I would go.
Is that what they do?
Hell, I don't know.
I do that. Yeah,
well, there you go. Attaboy, Tyler. Good job.
All right.
All right.
You guys ready?
I'm ready, Rockstar. Let's go.
Reverb me up for just do it about 50% for now, and then
For voice or for guitar?
For voice,
and then go 100.
No,
not 100.
Whoa. When they're kicking the reverb up, you want more reverb in
On the
guitar
vocal.
or vocal? Vocal. Okay.
You're actually watching a pre-recorded sound check
I
from earlier
didn't
today.
know this was going to come this way.
Neither did I. I just decided to do it today.
How would Rockstar react?
What am I doing?
You got to tell us what we're doing next. You got to tell us what we're doing next.
Can I explain? Can I explain? For those listening, Dunaway was going to a clip from like 3 days ago that we didn't have access to, and Scott goes, "I don't have access to that," and I go, "Do I?" He goes, "I don't know," and I was like, "Was he wanting me to pull it or you to pull it?" I don't know. So I'm like, "Where are we pulling this from?"
Until we need it. Until we use it. We
All
need
right.
it every day.
Guys, we're at a concert.
Fire away.
There must be some kind of way out of here, said a joker to the thief. There's too much confusion here, I can't get no relief. Business belly, drink my wine, come and take my herb. No level on the line, nobody other this world. Yeah. No reason to get excited, the thief he kindly spoke. There are many here among us who feel that life is but a joke. But you and I, we've been through that, yeah. And this is not our fate. So let us stop talking falsely now. The hour's getting late. Hey! Princess kept in view, oh, while the women came and went, barefoot servants too. But outside in the cold distance, a wildcat did it growl. Two riders were approaching, yeah, and the wind began to howl.
Very good, man.
What is that?
Very good.
It's not always blunt.
How long had he been preparing? I didn't see. So how long was he doing it for?
When you started with the awesome reverb.
Man, that was really good.
It was.
No,
Can you crank the reverb up again and give me that note again?
Which note?
The one.
The guitar. He wants you to do
How's it go? So,
with the reverb, I mean, you had it cranked up. Hit it again. I could listen to that all day right there.
I'll talk with that reverb still up.
Hey, everybody. Just want to make sure everybody's good tonight.
That's what it sounds like you at your some of your shows. Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's his joke. He's the one that said it all.
But only I can say the joke.
That was fantastic, though, man. I really like that.
Thanks, guys.
It really was. Really good. Very unique. And you worked in the Watchtower in there as well, a little bit of that.
That was the whole song.
The entire song.
Yeah.
That's the name of the whole song?
All Along the Watchtower.
All Along the Watchtower. It's a kind of famous song.
Yeah.
Did you work some of that in there?
Yeah.
But I thought Jimi Hendrix sang that one.
Tyler is even. Oh my God.
Bob Dylan wrote it and performed it. Jimi Hendrix redid it, then redone by Dave Matthews. They do their own version of it.
And Rockstar does his own version.
There's like an amped up, slow down version of it.
Oh, I think I would like that.
Yeah. This is a little dragged out too.
Okay, this is the Rockstar in the Round Table Lounge, brought to you by y'allbettercallpaul.com, y'allbettercallpaul.com, the Enclave. They have a number of listings at that website. And I like this part right here on their website. If you go, don't be sorry, be better, buy better. And that's what you do with the folks right there at Enbridge Realty. Y'allbettercallpaul.com, y'allbettercallpaul.com, a website that tells you everything you need to know about the Enclave and a lot more. We've got time for one more, Rockstar, as we always do. What do you have extra for us today?
Oh, God. You want to do a little Tears for Fears?
Sure, why not?
Saw that. Now you have two brackets. What are they called again?
Those are called capos.
Capo. Just one capo.
There's just one.
This is a tuning. This is a tuner.
A tuner on the end.
This is Everybody Wants to Rule the World. It's the opening to the Dennis Miller Show way back when.
All right.
Tears for Fears. Welcome to your life. There's no turning back. Even while we sleep, we will find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world. It's my own desire. It's my own remorse. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls keep tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right beside you. So glad we almost made it. So sad they had to fade it. Everybody wants to rule the world. All for freedom and for pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. Welcome to your life. There's no turning back. Even while we sleep, we will find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world. To rule the world.
Rockstar in the lounge today, brought to you by the folks at the Enclave in Alabaster. Y'all bettercallpaul.com. Y'all better call Paul.com. A final thought when we come back. Take us to break, Tyler, at the intern.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Witness history at the closing ceremonies of the World Games with an all-star celebration featuring Alabama's favorite son, Lionel Richie, performing at home for the first time in decades. Joined by Alabama, Jamie Johnson, Bo Bice, Taylor Hicks, Blind Boys of Alabama, Pastor Mike Jr., Ruben Studdard, Young Blue, Martha Reeves, and Worth the Wait. An epic celebration. The closing ceremonies of the World Games at Protective Stadium, July 17th. Tickets are limited and going fast. Get yours now at TWG2022.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
All right, we've talked a lot about payouts today and such like that. Brownie's got one more sponsor, and then we will remember that it's Bobby Bonilla Day in just a second. So give us a little time for that.
You know what? Mortgage Right could help the Mets out. They probably have some equity there in City Field that they could cash into to keep paying Bobby Bonilla. You've never had more equity in your home than you do right now, and Mortgage Right can help you turn that equity into cash that could do some good for you. Take advantage of it now before it's too late. MortgageRight.com/TNR, MortgageRight.com/TNR, NMLS 2239.
Forster will bring up, Rockstar Forster has this. He's going to bring up a tweet.
Double logo, by the way.
A tweet right here. I did wear the double logo today.
Oh, wow.
Bobby Bonilla, for those kids out there who are under the age of 35, was a baseball player way back in the day. Bobby gets his 12th installment today of $1.193248 million and 20 cents. The Mets have so far paid him $14,318,978.40 for him not to play with the Mets since the 2000 season. So 22 installments so far that have paid him $14.3 million that he hasn't played one pitch of baseball with the New York Mets. And there is 13 years left on this contract that will still pay him $15.5 million more dollars. And there have been no discussions to buy him out early at this point.
You know, if I'm Bonilla, I might start those discussions. Like, would you rather have $10 million right now or $1 million a year for 15 years?
If you'd asked me that 3 years ago before the economy flipped here, I don't know what my answer would have been.
I'd go $10 million right now in a heartbeat.
Still in this economy?
Well, yeah, you got 14 more years to make $5 million off that $10 million. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're a better investor than I am. I like knowing that I'm going to burn through $1.19 million this weekend.
This weekend.
And then
get after it now.
And then I got to piece together a few peanut butter and jelly sandwiches until that $1.19 million check comes back in again.
Yeah.
Just so I can have another fun weekend. I like having that check coming in on a regular basis. But I see what you're saying. You can get all that money up front. I don't know what I'd pay him if I was the Mets, so to just go away.
Well, I don't know what it's worth to them. We'll wrap the show with breaking news from Dennis Dodd, CBS Sports. Oregon and Washington have been told by the Big Ten they're standing pat for right now, waiting on a decision by Notre Dame.
They're waiting on Notre Dame.
That's what Dennis Dodd says. So it looked like Oregon, Washington ready to jump. Dennis said, don't jump too quick now.
Yeah, because we want to see what Notre Dame is doing first.
Yes.
Come on, Notre Dame. You're next week. Let's keep going. Let's get all these deck chairs arranged so we can go ahead and move it in 2023 is what I say. We're back with you Tuesday. Have a happy 4th of July. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.